Okay, good morning, everybody. I just want to check that people can hear me. I think they can. Welcome to the day, a really exciting day ahead of you. I'm not going to go through the timetable, just quickly introduce our first speaker, Ross Pryor, in a minute. But I want to start by saying a big thanks to Ross and all the speakers for their presentations coming up. As I say, a really exciting day. What we would like to do is record the sessions. So the sessions will be recorded, and it's possible we may be able to put those back up for people later or others who miss them. But that is our hope. So just be aware that we will be recording this. I want to very quickly just say thanks to Ross for bringing together what looks like a fantastic program. Speakers from America, speakers from Spain, Romania, people talking about links with China, a really interesting day ahead of you. I'm now going to hand over to Ross, who's going to give his opening address. So Ross, over to you with a big thanks.
Great, well, thank you, Phil. And I want to thank Bianca as well. This conference came about, Bianca's my deputy in the Arts Learning and Teaching Research Group. And every several years, Alta puts on a rather large international event. And this year, because of COVID-19, that wasn't going to look the same way. And Bianca was very enthusiastic that we actually go online and do it the way that we've all been doing it for the last 13, 14 months. So thanks, Bianca. And thank you, Phil, for those kind words. Well, I'm delighted to say a few opening remarks today. And we've got an impressive array of speakers, as Phil mentioned. The pandemic has certainly changed how we do things. That's an understatement, I think. It's changed both our doing and our being. And there's quite a difference between those two things. Undoubtedly, though, it's had the most significant impact where practical work is concerned, especially where we're substituting the online experience for that practical. So before our speakers present today, it might be worth just pausing to recap on some of the great defining influences of educational thought to incorporate these thinkings into our current understandings of learning and teaching. So the history of education and evolution of Western educational thought is very complex and includes the names of incredible progressives who gave so much of themselves to serve the cause. And there are too many names to mention here right now. And I risk excluding many seminal influences. However, if you'll allow me, I'll just mention a few key people by way of illustration. Aurelius Augustine, 354 to 430. He was all about education for the inner life. He was concerned with the method of education and the importance of how knowledge is acquired. He changed the idea of an earlier educator, Socrates, by making us understand that the preeminence of the verbal communication should be challenged by placing greater value on the experiential, learning by doing. Particularly in his case, he believed that God was the agent of human knowledge. Then we had somewhat later, John Henry Newman, 1801 to 1852, advancing higher education. He wanted to prepare the young for the challenges of life, not just earning a living, but of life itself. Newman also believed that education must be centered on truth and moral thinking. Then we come a little later to someone who has profoundly influenced arts education. That's John Dewey, 1859 to 1952. He was all about education for the future. In 1934, he advanced educational thought considerably with some seminal work. And unlike a much earlier educator, Plato, Dewey was in favor of ongoing change in order to keep us from stasis. However, therein lies the rub. Ensuring that each generation develops ethical values in a stable environment, but also at the same time allowing for creativity and forging beyond the status quo in order to make change and give a dynamism to life. Dewey, apart from giving us the Dewey Decimal System in our libraries, he clearly identified the benefits of artistic engagement and addressed the essential qualities of art. That is particularly evidenced in his highly distinguished book, Art as Experience, in which he expressed the central idea that art functions as experience itself. That's key. Dewey placed value on the actual processes of inquiry, the processes, looking and finding meaning. He valued the various components of artistry in those hard to pin down qualities. I know we're all a bit uneasy about those sorts of things now. We try to fit everything into sort of boxes, but he valued those things, those hard to pin down qualities, such as intuition, impulse, invocation and spontaneity. They're all concepts that we are actually pushing today to become innovative, clever, personalized, progressive, with a pace of change. And then we have, more radically, Ivan Illich in 1926 to 2002, Education Without Schooling. Now, this makes people a little uneasy for all sorts of reasons. He was particularly active in the 1970s. And he challenged the notion that we need to school people, and he put forward this radical idea to de-school society. And that's been very, very interesting to contemplate during the pandemic when your primary and secondary school students couldn't go to school, and how we did it in other ways. And also in higher education, where the physical presence was considerably limited during the pandemic. But it does make us stop and does make us think about how we might need to change and how we could change in the future. Teaching in order to help people think rather than telling them what to think is actually at the heart of education. I think sadly we're sometimes forgetting that, and we're dictating mantras rather than helping people to think. Maxine Green, a great arts educator, I was very privileged to hear her speak in New York many years ago, just after her husband died. And now the late Maxine Green is best known for her work on aesthetic education, arguing that the arts encourage a kind of thinking that best serves humankind. Aesthetic education for Maxine Green was about how we can nurture and appreciate that reflective, the cultural, the participative engagement that the arts enable learners to notice what they've not noticed before, to lend works of art to their lives in such a way that they can achieve them variously and meaningfully. Green believed that creative thinking and robust imagining were the keys, not to an individual's lifelong learning, but to the flourishing of a democratic society. She espoused that the view that students could be taught and encouraged to engage the world not just as it is, but as it might otherwise be. I remember when I was completing my Bachelor of Education a long time ago now, I had a very innovative lecturer who, it was an educational methods class, and it was about educating for the future. We had to do a whole module on this, or a unit. And his mode of teaching was through using science fiction. And at the time, it felt a little odd. Why are we looking at fiction, science fiction, to understand the future of education? And the true impact of that didn't occur to me till some time later. And certainly the resonance of that during this last 12 months has been very powerful for me, because he was getting us to imagine how the world might be and how we respond to it and how we change. And so, you know, teaching, the heart of teaching is about having a coherent and motivational instruction. That's the thing that we do best. Guidance is acquiring knowledge, individual, collective investigation. We engage in that, experimentation and skill development. Various art forms engage with different media and different forms that require specialist materials and facilities. The challenge for moving our work online means that sometimes we don't have access to these. And yet some of these materials and facilities are increasingly becoming outmoded. Although there's, of course, value in practicing traditional techniques, I don't deny that, but do all courses have to hold on to these? Rather than simply bemoan the loss of what once was, how might we change the way education is facilitated? And this is a radical moment in time. We are being forced not to maintain the status quo. In some ways, Dewey would be looking down on us and smiling perhaps, wanting us to reimagine what we can do going forward. And I guess education is slow to change because often teachers teach the way they themselves were taught. So how much real-time commitment do higher education institutions make to the development of staff to be more effective enablers, to be progressive? So there are many questions, but the questions we're being invited to contemplate today have been advertised, and they are, and I'll read them out, where we go from here in terms of teaching and learning. Will the changes triggered by the pandemic have a long-lasting impact on the way higher education institutions deliver teaching and learning? How will we support the continuation of high-quality teaching and learning in the arts in the new normal? What emerging practices are likely to survive beyond the pandemic and what simply will not? And overall, what lessons have we learnt? Thank you ever so much. I look forward to hearing from all of the speakers who will help us address these questions, provoke us, deep reflective thinking, will move us, shake us, and maybe out of this particular conference today, we can reimagine that particular future for the arts. Okay, we have now our first keynote speaker. And I'm also the timekeeper today, so I kept to my time, but I'll make sure that we all keep to time, and I'll give a little warning when we're coming up to the last minute, I guess. So if everyone could keep their own time, that saves me interrupting you. But if there's too much time over your time allocation, by the end of the day, we'll be here till tea time. We don't want that. So the first keynote, I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Sandy Cope. And Dr. Cope is an academic practice development manager at Nottingham Trent University in the United Kingdom. And her keynote is Changes in Academic Practice During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Over to you, Sandy.
Thank you. Can I just check, can you all see my screen? Yep, Sandy, you're all good. Perfect.
Okay, okay, thanks. I just wanted to say thank you, Ross. That was very thought-provoking and actually reminded me of some literature I hadn't really come across for a while. It was a nice reminder, I have to say, of people like Dewey and his talk about ongoing change. And actually, I'm with him on that. I have to say, I'm very with him on that. I just wanted to. Oh, sorry, I don't know what's going on here. What am I screen? I wanted to give you a bit of background about myself actually first, and there is a reason for this, which you'll see later. I'm originally from a business school. Don't hold that against me, okay? So, because I actually do believe, I genuinely do believe that arts are being sidelined in a very unhelpful way, and that starts in schools. And this drive for just a science-based curriculum, I don't think is helpful. And unfortunately, I do think that thinking comes from a business school. That said, because I was a chartered marketer by background, so you'll see in some of my thinking, because one of the things in terms with marketing is very future looking at where things are going. But then I did a doctorate in education, and through doing a doctorate in education, I could argue with myself, philosophically, absolutely argue with myself, because, you know, I was exposed to a whole different world of literature, a whole different way of thinking. And I think in the role that I've got, that's been very useful, because I actually have been quite privileged to study in depth from two different disciplinary perspectives. And that does give, plus the fact the role that I actually do, where I am really lucky to work with people from all the disciplines, which I absolutely love, has given me a particular way of looking at things. Now, I was an e-learning teaching fellow 20 years ago, right? So I have been looking at online learning for a long time. And that's how I ended up in a university, because I actually very early, and I mean very early, almost in DOS, for those of you that are my age that can remember it, the black screens with the yellow writing on. I lectured in e-business and e-marketing that time ago. And some of the conversations I had then with my colleagues, and I remember them well, you know, nobody will buy anything online. Why would you buy anything online? And my children were small at the time, and I thought, you've never had to drag 3 small children around a supermarket, have you? You know, and various things like that. So I've got this particular way of looking at things, and I just wanted to start with a reminder of how far we've come, because I think this is very easy to forget about how ubiquitous technology becomes in our lives. So I wanted to tell you just a quick vignette. This is a car, not my car, but a car. And I remember my grandmother telling me about how excited she was, because I live at the bottom of the Peak District. So I'm very careful not to show videos and things like that, because I don't think my broadband would take it. So she lived in a little village, and I remember her telling me how excited she was, and everybody was, and they all ran to the village green when a car appeared. And this was a real novelty, this car. And it was so exciting for them. And then my mum told me the story of when the Queen had her coronation, how they all had to go around next door's house, who had actually got a telly, to watch this. And now we've got the World Wide Web, which has, I guess, been around 20-ish years in earnest, probably 15 for most people, I guess. And I was without my car recently and I felt like I'd had my arm chopped off, you know, and you've had a few sort of little difficulties this morning, Ross, with your internet. People go into absolute panic, right? Because we become so reliant, and it's weaved into our way of life. When I first bought a house, you know, you were lucky to have a telephone. You were lucky, you know, it was a luxury to have your own washing machine and things like that. And now, you know, my sons have bought houses. They wouldn't dream of not having that's a necessity. So things that are seen as novel actually just become a necessity and a way of life. And I think I just wanted to remind people of that before we moved forward, because I thought the questions today were very good. And I used to teach this to undergraduates, this sort of thinking 20 years ago around what next. And I do get quite excited about what next still, actually, you know, about what next. And I'm led to believe that the next biggest step will be artificial intelligence, you know, and I heard a piece this week about cars being allowed on the road that have this self-driving mode, a long way off what people think, but a step in that direction. And I do think it's really interesting to think what next. And like you said, Ross, we are, with the module that you did all that time ago, you know, I think it's important in education, and it's important in a role like mine when working with academics and our new academics, so in terms of teaching and learning, about thinking, well, what next? And I just think, what a year. I mean, let's just, you know, take a step back. What a year we've had. And so I sit in academic practice, and what I've been thinking about is how it's affected me personally. Well, for me, it's been a dream, because you know, I've been trying to get people to use more online methodology for a long time, for all sorts of reasons, not just because it's novel. I don't believe in doing things in teaching because it's novel. You know, it has to have a sound pedagogic reason. But teaching online, because it's become part of our fabric, has got very sound pedagogical reasons. It has also got difficulties, and particularly in your disciplinary area, it's got some real difficulties. Because I've got a friend who, as a mature student, has gone to do a fashion and textiles degree, and she's had a hell of a year. Right, because luckily she's a brilliant seamstress anyway, so, but she absolutely misses going into the studio and learning new things, because she's always open to learning new things, and that hands-on touching the fabric with others and that guidance in real time while she's constructing something, she has really missed. And I've seen the effect on her, and it's been that poor. Well, for her, she feels that she's even thinking of repeating this year, because, you know, she is genuinely doing it to learn and not for the grade, which is just a blessing, isn't it? She's, you know, she knows what she wants to in her career. She's already got sort of her own little business. So she really is doing this for the love of learning. And I've got another colleague whose daughter is doing a photography degree, who also has had great challenges this year in some of the practical hands-on work that she wants to do. So, you know, from an individual perspective, although I absolutely can see the affordances of the technology, I do also see the difficulties that working in this mode alone has caused. From an institutional point of view, it's, like I say, it's been a blessing for me, because our sort of flex, what we call them a flex team, because we've been looking at flexible learning in a big way, their 5-year plan happened in about 6 months, right? So, which was extremely challenging for them because of the resources. But they've absolutely stepped up, as has everybody in the institution. And we, you know, we've been able to leapfrog in terms of some of our institutional priorities, which, you know, from that perspective has been a blessing this year. and I'm sure the government thinks this, because the government has been very critical of higher education for about the last 10 years in terms of the academics' understanding of digital methodology. So it has been on the government agenda for quite a while, and hopefully you know, they will take some of the pressure off institutions with the external pressures that institutions have. And also community. Somebody in the team that I run, and I can take no credit for this whatsoever and wouldn't even attempt to, other than the fact that I'm extremely proud of my team, right? I look after, one of my remits is also to look after the Trent Institute for Learning and Teaching. And one of the team decided to do Tilt online. And I cannot tell you how successful that has been in creating a community feel across Nottingham Trent. And actually, our engagement has gone through the roof. And the feedback we're getting is extremely positive. And Laura, who is responsible for this in the team, is doing a fantastic job. So we've got spotlights, we've got particular topics we're doing each month. We're doing, you know, we're getting people from across the institution to share their experiences of having moved online very quickly. You can imagine we've had people who, I wouldn't say had a mobile phone like my dad insists I'm still keeping, which is the old Nokia with the, you know, which is fine. Although he has discussed recently getting a smartphone so he can see like the grandchildren better and things like that. But we've had people in that space who have really joined and found this community very helpful, because they've been able to have assistance from colleagues and people in our community, and I'm sure it's the same in yours, have been extremely proactive in helping others where they can, despite the amount of workload that this has put on people. And I don't think we should forget that, the great workload that this has put on people this year. And I think we've really seen the best in lots of staff this year in the way that they've just pulled together. Bianca will tell you, because Bianca has now joined our team, so I'm very grateful to have pinched her off Wolverhampton. You know, that we thought, oh, we just won't really do anything in August with the academics, because I'm sure this is probably the first time in about 14 months that we feel that they can take a break. Isn't that right, Bianca? So, you know,
yeah, and I'm sure they're really looking forward to it.
I'm sure they are. And I think actually, even managerially and institutionally, the whole, not deliberately, but I do think the whole of the institution is thinking like this. It's like, no, let's not do that, because, you know, this is the time people are going to have to take some really, really well-deserved leave, because I would say this time last year, they didn't really get it. You know, they didn't really get the leave, even though, you know, they might have put it in on paper, they weren't really taking it. So, you know, from an academic practice point of view, we've seen some real benefits institutionally and from a community point of view, and individually in my remit, I would say, you know, it's given me some real great leaps forward. And some of the lessons I think we've learned, like I've just mentioned, is the absolute dedication of staff, you know, to try to solve some things that, that in terms of assessment, in terms of ways of working, in terms of personal tutoring. I mean, one of the things that I realized, because in a business school, I was used to having classes of like 450 was my largest, and, you know, master's classes of 80 plus was my sort of old stomping ground. And you know, to try and solve some of these things, what I realized is that, you know, necessity has really been the mother of invention, because, you know, if you've got a practical exam, I don't know, you know, I'm sure you will know the journeys that you've been through with your practical assessments in how to try to replicate that online, or trying to make some other sensible way of assessing how far your students have come. And one of the things with this necessity of the mother of invention and the dedication of staff, you know, I had a lecture of 450, and I might have at the end of the lecture 20, 30 students milling around who'd got questions, and we're used to that. And so one student would ask the question, and you'd answer it, and maybe 10 of them would walk off because, you know, you'd answered the question that they also wanted. Now, online, that doesn't happen really. You've got all those students, I think, I've heard a lot of stories where the students are then asking individually. So instead of that 2-minute explaining something and, you know, and some of the students walk off, you've now got 20 students, each wanting 5 minutes, just 5 minutes each, for you to answer that question. So it's, you know, that I've seen some very interesting ways of staff trying to do this sort of challenge. And I think one of the lessons that I've certainly seen with the staff that I've worked with, that flexibility is key for themselves as well. And I think this is one of the things that we don't have to forget, is that we as individuals are in the middle of this. You know, we are the ones who are holding it all together. We're the ones between the university imperatives of keeping the students happy so that the Office for Students, you know, aren't sort of looking in, and the individual students who are quite rightly worried, stressed. You know, I mean, my friend's daughter who's doing photography, it's her first year, you know, and she's had an interesting first year experience, I would say, that, you know, I certainly didn't have. And so for academic practice, it has been a forced shift in practice, you know, and I'm sure that's true in all institutions. Through very sad circumstances, we've had this absolute forced shift in practice. We have had positive changing attitudes, because those that in my world we'd have called laggards, you know, those people who are quite reluctant to maybe even have a go, have found that actually it's not that bad. And I've worked with colleagues who've got quite excited about actually realizing some of the things that they can do, which are beneficial. I always have to caveat that with, I've worked with members of staff who've wanted to do things for students that take a lot of input online to set up. And I would only recommend doing that if you've got sort of, like in my case, marketing 101, that the basis of that really is repeatable every year. If you've got a cutting edge master's module and you want to spend a lot of time setting some resources up, you have to weigh up that payback, you know, in terms of your efforts, the value to the students and the longevity of that, of those resources. So for me, there is always that way of working, but I've seen some real positive changes in, and we are, like I said before, we are meeting our government drivers. Now, interestingly, and this was nothing to do with the pandemic, the year before the pandemic, Nottingham Trent brought in its new 5-year strategic plan, and it is actually called University Reimagined. So there is this, for us, this deliberate strategy we are working on now not to slip back. And I think that is a real danger for everybody, that we will slip back into just going into the classroom, just meetings. I've absolutely said we're not going back on just having meetings in little rooms that you spend all day trying to book one, you know, and it's perfectly doable, because I've got a friend who works for BT, and for a long time, and I know they're a communications company, so a very different environment, but they work on Teams like the rest of us do now. And they for years have been used to people being in a room on a team meeting or being in on Teams on the team meeting. It doesn't faze them having this mixed modality of people engaging in the meeting at all whatsoever. It's quite norm for them. And I think that's one of the things that I really want to absolutely move forward. And we do as a department, because we have 3 geographically located campuses. So the affordances for this have been absolutely fantastic. And in fact, I don't know, we've had a mixed bag in terms of our course committee meeting, and certain meetings have been fantastic. We've had more people attend than we ever have done before, because it's easy for them just to dial in and not have to make the effort to come to the campus, or our student reps, you know, to come in just for this. But I'm getting a sense across the institution that our student feedback online is without that sort of, you know, come on guys in the lecture jivvying them up to fill in your annual monitoring returns, in terms of student feedback is not perhaps working as well. And I think that's certainly true on the courses that we run. Bianca's got that joy to come in chasing, you know, in chasing this up, because I want to get the numbers up on the feedback that we get. And it's interesting because we're seeing the same phenomena with staff who are complaining about their students not filling in the feedback, you know, and I'm saying, but you guys aren't doing it either. So you know, I would love it if you modeled. And generally it's because they're very happy, I think, you know, I'm taking, and that's what I'm saying to myself, that generally it's because they're very happy. So there are these things that I think we really, really have to be mindful of. This was one of your questions, you know, about will it have a long-lasting impact on the way HE institutions deliver teaching and learning? And I think yes. I do think we'll see some slip back. I think for all sorts of reasons. I mean, the students do want the face-to-face interaction, but they also like some of the flexibility and the benefits of having that. Pre-COVID, I'd actually suggested to our deputy deans across the institution that one way to tackle personal tutoring, because of the lack of space that we have to find meetings for our one-to-one personal tutors with the academics and the students, I'd actually suggested that we move this whole thing online, that we had, you know, maybe an initial meeting with our students on personal tutoring, but then we actually had a quick meeting with them. And, you know, I said, I think the students will like this because they don't even have to get out of bed if they don't want to. You know, they can turn the camera off. You won't have to have this bind of trying to find a quiet space or a room or whatever. And Deputy said, no, our staff will never do this. And I actually think personal tutoring is one of the areas we won't go back. That actually that has worked really, really well for staff and students. And so I just get a sense in our institution, I don't know about yours, that personal tutoring may be one of those areas that we can sustain. But there is a difficulty with this, which I'm going to come to next before I finish. So I think another thing to consider, and probably for your talk today and moving on, is who decides what we don't want to let go of? You know, who has that ultimate say of what we don't want to let go of? You know, is it students? I would hope so, but that I think perhaps depends on cost and all sorts of other factors. Maybe not totally, because sometimes, you know, we know when we build our curriculum why we do things with students that isn't always apparent to students until after the event. So, you know, we do have to be mindful of that. You know, is it management on a cost, sorry, I'm from a business school. Is it management on a cost benefit analysis? I would hope not, with my doctorate of education hat on. But my business school hat fears that it might be, you know, so that I think is a very interesting thing to think about. Who decides what we don't let go of? And I think moving forward, we really do have to re-evaluate ways of working with this idea of physicality and presenteeism. Presenteeism is an HR term around, you know, I can literally go onto campus and be physically there 9 to 5, but in my head not be present, you know, and just because you're there doesn't mean that you're actually productive in any meaningful sense of the word. And I think, was it Ernst Young, one of the big companies recently have announced, it might not be Ernst Young, it might be the other one, but anyway, whoever, have announced that moving forward, their staff can start and finish at whatever time they like, and they can go into the office or not go into the office. And actually, I think they've been very clever, because in professions, and, we are in professional roles, you tend to work more then, I think. But we do have that lovely balance of perhaps being able to decide and get in control of that. And I think, what is the new normal was one of the questions, and in arts, what is the new normal? You will know what's changed in your industries over the last 12 months, because some things must have changed, dramatically, some things must have changed. I see the way in which, my friend who's on the fashion and textiles degree, she's been telling me around some of the things that they're doing because the industry has changed. So, I'm sure you'll probably be discussing that today as well, what's happened in the changes in practice in the industries that you work with, and what opportunities, because I do think there are more opportunities. Personally and in terms of learning. Another big, that's why I was really interested in the authors that you cited, Ross, because another author that I'm a big fan of is a guy called Carl Rogers. And he's got a book called Freedom to Learn. And if you haven't come across this, I would absolutely recommend that you have a look at. I've got an original copy, just saying, which which is the only book I'd save in a fire. Somebody once said that to me. But Carl Rogers and Freedom to Learn talks about that we should encourage people to learn in different ways and about all sorts of things. And yet, do you find yourself, even in arts disciplines, do you find yourself still saying, well, they've got to do this in this module and they've got to do this in this module, and there are very good reasons for it, but a bit contradictory against his way of thinking. But if you haven't come across that, I really would encourage you to read, to look at his work around his ideas around what curriculum and school, actually, school, should we be doing this to children, and what happens when we push them in little boxes. And we know what happens, they lose their creativity. So you must know that more than anybody. They can lose their creativity, which is absolutely a disaster, I think. Interestingly, actually, I worked at Aston for a while down in Birmingham. And for those of you that are familiar with Aston, they don't have any arts disciplines, really. They're sort of engineering, science and business school focused. They really don't have much arts provision at all, a bit of languages. And I saw one of the big consulting companies, actually, they'd put a poster in the foyer in the most busy part of Aston, saying, that they wanted on their graduate recruitment to encourage people from arts disciplines to apply, because they actually wanted people with different ways of thinking. And I did have a bit of a smile to myself and thought, you're a bit wasted putting that in Aston, because we don't have any. So, I'm sure you're aware of that. And this only came out yesterday, so I really wanted to finish with this, and then I think I've got a couple of minutes for questions. But this came out yesterday in 1KT, and I know Claire. She's the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Glendower, and a lovely person, a very thoughtful person, a person that's really people-centred. So despite what you think about Deputy Vice Chancellors, she has come up through the ranks and is very mindful of people and very respectful of people who work there. And her article, so I thought I would end with this because I saw it yesterday and I thought, oh, you can nip off and read this then. But it said, ask not what you might do, but why you're doing it. So I thought I would finish on this to get you thinking that throughout the day. And she says, building back higher starts with why. Why are we doing this? Are we doing it because we're familiar with it? We think the students like it. And we, it might be that in our professional judgment, we are quite right. It still needs to happen. Maybe not. I don't know. And she also says, Why might a specific learning point be a good one to take forward? Why might we choose to do things differently now? Why should we retain some of the new practices that has evolved? And why should we leave behind or let go of certain practices too? And I thought they were very apt for you guys today, because she talks about the challenges she first had when this hit, making sure all the staff had got a laptop. You know, she was absolutely in operational mode on lockdown day one, operational mode. Had the students got laptops? Had the staff got laptops? Was the connectivity working? Would the software hold up? Had they got big enough servers? You know, she was absolutely in operational mode. And she talks in this article how she's moved back now from operational mode into, okay, why are we doing these things? Why are we were doing that because we had to? Why are we going to carry on doing it if we are? And this fits in with what you were saying about Dewey. And I think, you know, with Carl Rogers' work as well, someone said that the future belongs to the curious. And I absolutely would totally agree with that, because I always said to my students when I showed them that anecdote of car, telly, World Wide Web, I always ended on the slide of what next, right? What next? And I can't wait. And as a child, I could not have imagined the internet. You know, my kids now look at me like, if I, you know, am not as au fait with my iPhone as they are, just take it off me and go like this, mum. But I do think the future belongs to the curious. And I really think we should be encouraging that in our students and in our own academic practice. Are you curious? Actually, if I teach this in a different way, what happens? And now more than ever, I think is the moment to ask those why questions, not just institutionally, but across the sector. And I think Claire will start to lead that. So I really just wanted to end on that. It's 10 to, yay, that's my, on time, no need to shut me up, Ross. Okay, thank you. I don't know if there is any time for any quick questions or comments, but I'm really happy to take them.
What we're going to do, Sandy, is hold our questions till 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So people can, if they would like to put them in the Q&A
Okay.
tab, they can click Q&A, start registering their questions, and we'll go through those when we get to it, or just simply ask them at that time, if that's okay.
That's absolutely fine. I have got to leave you in between because a couple of things that I've got, but I will absolutely be back. And I'm really, and I'm sad actually, because I would really like to, I'd really like to be involved in some of the things, but
maybe that's the benefits of being online. We can.
Yes, yes, I can look at it later. The problem, the benefit, that is the benefit. The difficulty with that is I've got so many things I've got to watch, right? And my list now is getting, and because I look after the academic professional, Ofsted is, you know, is a world I'm not familiar with that I'm having to catch up on. But thank you very much, and I hope you have a lovely day, and I will see you later.
Thank you, Sandy. Your thoughts are provoking and timely, and we certainly look forward to picking up those themes later on. And I should say at this point too, if people have looked at the program, Professor Phil Gravestock will be doing a summation at the end, bringing all of these threads together. What a job that is, but he said yes, and I'm very grateful. And that will be very interesting at the end, how he makes sense of this and all of the questions. So thank you ever so much, Sandy. So that's our first keynote speaker. And now we're going to the other side of the pond, as our friends say in America. And I hope we have him with us. Richard, are you there? London calling. Well, not quite London, but, you know, sort of works. I don't think he's on. Is he there? Bianca?
Should we say Wolverhampton is calling?
Yeah, Wolverhampton's calling. There you go. That's got everyone excited. I can see that.
I'm not sure we have him with
Laura, do we know? The fabulous Laura is working in the background.
We had Richard, but we seem to have lost him. So I'm just going to contact him to check that all's okay. But I don't think we have him for the moment.
Sadly, we don't have applause at the end of speakers, you know. That's the one thing we miss, isn't it? I've seen Andrea nodding.
Have we still got Sandy with us? Because what we could do, Ross, if you want, we could take one of the questions that have been posted in the chat for Sandy. We have one.
I'm happy just to chat actually about issues if everybody wants to.
Yeah, well, if we're waiting in silence, we might as well address the question. Do you want to read that out, Bianca?
Yeah, sure. There's a question from Phil. Phil, do you want to unmute yourself and ask the question?
Or he might just want you to read it out.
Oh, all right. I'll do it then. So the question is, which other subject areas have been able to adopt/adapt the industry approach to COVID? So this is in reference to what you said, Sandy, about industry practices.
I think engineering and architect and disciplines like that, although they were very much already down the line of working online together, but I think it's forced the issue with regards to making students dive really into this methodology of working much earlier on, because I remember working I think it would be about 8 years ago now, 10 years ago, something like that. I remember working with some engineering colleagues who had set an assignment up of sort of Birmingham, I think it was Toronto and somewhere else, and they made the students work together across different time zones, which was quite a shock for students, you can imagine, and it was quite novel at the time. But I do know, if you know, looking at our engineering department, they've just thrown the students into that way of working across, which they might have saved for the third year. So they're actually getting them into ways of working in industry modes of working much sooner.
Just to give you a bit of context, Sandy, so Phil is working in the field of film and television production.
Okay.
And he's saying that there has been a rapid and extensive development of COVID-safe working, evident in TV programs like EastEnders, Casualty, The Chase. So I don't know whether you know anything about that. But,
no, I mean,
what Phil is saying is that, let me just read exactly. We have made a big thing of students living in a unique moment where they are embracing cutting edge practices. It's just a shame that they had to be forced into this COVID.
It is.
So his question is, which other subject areas have been able to adapt or adopt the
I think most of them, but you know, but to give you specific examples, I know engineering has, and you're quite right, the film industry has. I think, I mean, the business school, it's been quite a norm for things like this at the moment. You know, my friend who's in fashion has been shortlisted by David Napier in a way that, you know, the competition is now all online, which it wouldn't have been. I think the students would have gone in, they'd have presented their work, they've now had to present it digitally. So the companies are much more open to that as well. I hope she wins, fingers crossed, because she's very talented. And as you know, as I'm sure you can imagine, mature students lack confidence. So, you know, I'm really pleased for her. I think your speaker's here now. So while he's got a connection, I think
that's great. All right, thank you, Sandy, again. That's terrific. And yes, across the pond, we have our next speaker, who actually, I think you're going to beat me for the earliest keynotes. I think I did one in the last 12 months at 6 a.m. And I'm going to let you make sure you start before 6 a.m. your time so that you've got the record, Richard. So let me introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Richard Jochum, Associate Professor at the Teachers College, Columbia University, New York. And his keynote is entitled Teaching Online, or Art Online, Shifting Attitudes. So Richard, if we can bring you up there. And if you...
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, Ross. It's great to meet you through Zoom and meet you all. Thank you very much for the invitation. And the opportunity to talk to you. I want to give you a little bit of an overview first. I will structure my talk around a report from a workshop that I did, in fact, 13 months ago, 3 days into the pandemic shutdown. Our studio instructors were all struggling to respond to teaching online. And as a faculty who oversees the studio teaching, I took it on to brainstorm with our part-time faculty how to teach online. I will discuss the lessons we learned from that, and as well as the impact that online teaching has had on art education. So the two questions that we had, and that's, as I said, 13 years ago, was what do our studio instructors need to know about online teaching and learning that the program may be able to help them with? Number two, what are some of the ideas that we as a group of curious-minded, creative instructors can come up with to respond to the challenge of studio art teaching and learning without the availability of a studio classroom? And because we in the arts, we really thought this is it. We can't teach online. We can teach a lot of stuff online, but we can't teach the arts. And you know, that's not just us in our school, but a lot of places actually across the globe, art schools that felt that way. So what I then did was kind of as I structured my workshop, we talked about the context, clarified what online teaching is, shared the experience that the instructors were facing or started to face, analyzed the individual's studio needs, and brainstormed for help. Now, we started back then. We talked about what was the context. The context was really an emergency, right? This wasn't carefully planned online course development. It was an emergency. And I remember back then there were people who were saying, or who were immediately responding through writing, and there was one text coming out, "Do a bad job with online teaching," was the title of it. Which is interesting when we now look back. That's a year in the past. As we revisit that, but that's the situation we were in. We were in an emergency situation, and that meant to be strategic, being aware of limited resources and time. Another advice was, or that was the situation, is to simplify, scale down and focus on what you can do and on the student experience as a teacher. Reach out to your students for two reasons. Number one, this is a very difficult time for them. And number two, kindness is at this point more important than perfection in teaching. Look out for yourself as instructors. Look out for yourself. Because this health crisis, the pandemic, is also like a little bit of it causes tremendous stress that we are not aware of. Stress is a little bit like a thief that operates operates backstage. It's there. It does something to us. We don't quite understand it. We are just struggling to catch up. Yeah, that's the context within which we developed this online teaching. And we were, as a college, I would say, it was very clear that we would do this. So we had no choice. I know some art schools, they said, well, we don't do that we don't do that yet, but we had no choice. It was a decision for the entire campus. And so the next thing was to clarify what is online teaching, because people didn't know that, you know, and I really enjoy somewhat looking back now with this lens of 13 months in between. Online teaching is at its essence the purposeful combination of a video conferencing tool, here we are, right, in Zoom, and a learning management system. I don't know what you use. We use Canvas as our main learning management system, and then there was always this also. We needed to remind ourselves and the instructors to not let your idea of what well-informed online teaching should look like stand in the way. You know, examples would be, you would think of lynda.com, now LinkedIn Learning, beautifully crafted online tutorials and whatnot and lectures, and of course anyone who didn't do that and who doesn't have a production house in the back, and who has as a teacher, right? No, none of us really would fall flat in that. So number two, there are two main formats. The one is back then, right, asynchronous and synchronous. Then there is also this kind of blended format of using both elements, which we call hybrid. And now looking back, right, you also know we have nowadays we talk about high flex, meaning when we go back actually now in fall to teach again in fall on campus, which is very likely, that's where we are headed, we will teach high flex. Anyway, back then, asynchronous and synchronous, and then this blended format. So then we talked about what are our experiences 3 days into online classes, and what are, again, basic ways of dealing with this emergency. So the basic rule was simplified, keep it basic, and focus on the guiding principle. What do students need to learn? Online learning, obviously, and teaching has incremental steps. We can just start with leveraging Zoom as a teaching and advising tool, but then expand by really activating Canvas, the learning management system, so to speak, and make that become a canvas. Make that become a canvas. By the way, that's also what we did in a recent symposium that we did on Art School Pedagogy 2.0. We used, this was an online symposium, fully online, as we are now too, right? And we had to leverage Canvas. We made the symposium a 3-week experience with 3 major plenary check-ins that lasted for 2 hours on each Friday. And then we used Canvas to populate it with content and stuff. It's now an archive with incredible materials that reflect how this experiment has been going in the arts. But back then, starting out, right? And now I think a lot of us have started at least taking a step toward creating more fully online teaching courses, online courses or course models, and which is quite a bit different from this kind of emergency response. Having said that, I still think a lot of us have also are still, I believe, in emergency response in one way or another, because it never really ended and we never knew when this would end. I remember back then our college president saying just a few weeks ago at a faculty meeting, was saying, a year ago we thought when we shut down the college it would be for 3 days, but then we thought for a few weeks. And now a year later, we can't actually, it's still really difficult to wrap our mind around because it's so disruptive. And then back to the advice, how we work around it, right? It also meant to have a checklist, establish a mode of communication with the students, doing office hours differently, etc. All of this, make materials available online. Actually, for faculty, it was also important to say, do you have any stuff in your folders in your office? Grab them or make them all available online for yourself, because you can't just go into your office. We could not actually go into our offices for a long time. To have that available for the teaching. And when I say that, that's the office. I don't, the other aspect is the studios, right? We had no access to the studios, obviously, which were all beautifully equipped. Now that all fell apart. How do we go about that, right? And that was what we needed to figure out. So, and then online teaching as an experience. We talk to ourselves. Right, we see ourselves as we teach. We don't really have an opposite. We stare at one's own image and are only kind of and we don't have these cues. Right, we can't read each other in the same way as we could in teaching in a classroom. So, what are some of the good practices that we know in teaching in person? How do we kind of save them into the online realm? How can we make teaching experiential? Make it make student experiences rich, right? The learning experience a rich experience. How can we make it interactive now online, right? By creating small group discussion, breakout rooms, groups, which were really we didn't know that vocabulary, right? Breakout rooms. Now we are so reliant on that principle. And or back then, right? I mean, online teaching has actually been around for a long time, so it's nothing new, obviously, but it has been, for us studio art teachers, been a new experience. And I think even for I think the field of online learning, this for all of us as a collective to go online on that scale, I think revised how we think about online teaching. And because now when you read actually articles from pre-pandemic that are on online teaching, some of the premises seem to me not in the same way applicable anymore. We are just, the culture has shifted around it. Back then, there was literature about what are types of learning activities, right? Introductions, have students introduce themselves in a unique, meaningful way online, right? Through Zoom, through Canvas, for example, or doing large group discussions, student presentations, small group discussion, polling, collaborative creation of stuff. When I look back, we did all that in the meantime, within this year. Maybe I personally haven't worked much with polling in studio teaching, and but a lot of these tools that were out there we could leverage and try to, but it took us time. And so the question was really, what were some good practices that we could use? And I remember that this kind of advice to do a bad job in teaching online, or to not be perfectionists, was really critical, I think. We had an incredible talented office of digital learning that helped us in this transition and worked with faculty. And what made them stunningly amazing, and I mean really world-class quality, was they guided from behind. They took the faculty and didn't say, this is what you need to do. No, any one of us, wherever we were, they kind of gently kind of brainstormed with us how we could do this, how we could not fall into platformitis, as I call it, you know, jumping from, oh, this tool, I could use this to make my slides more interactive. I could do this to to have another whiteboard that has a functionality that I was after, but the learning curve is of course always steep for all this, and then you experiment with your students to see, does it work or does it not? So that's essentially the situation we were in, and that yeah, and encouraging, of course, everybody to allow for awkwardness. Teachers and students are learning together to navigate this new space. That was what I told my instructor, our instructors back then. Clarity is key, as is structure, as is story, right? And story means the learning narrative that we educators are used to creating in our classes all the time, right? Clarity is key, as is structure, as is story. And online teaching has its own specificity, but it works best if we don't focus on it, right? If we focus on the student experience, in other words. So then we looked at a lot of the materials that were out there. Within days, you could see a lot of help materials. Every college had to figure it out. People shared resources. How does this look like online teaching in the arts, in ceramics, in photography, in sculpture, and all these groups, whether on Facebook or professional organizations that figured it out in America, the College Art Association, for example, etc. So we all, in fact, developed help resources in short amount of time, and shared that with each other. So now let me jump a little bit ahead. What happened? So that's where we were a year ago. Lessons learned from that, and now when I say lessons learned, I should say the symposium I just mentioned, which actually ended less than 3 weeks ago, was a symposium on art school pedagogy 2.0, and a lot of that material kind of becomes now for me a looking glass to reflect back on what happened and what we learned, and the impact and the lessons that we can draw. So how did ours, and I want to begin, how did our studio instructors do, right? Those people who came to this workshop that I offered. Our ceramics instructor, Amy, for example, she didn't have a kiln anymore, right? This absence of a kiln made her actually think about what is the essence of what I do, of what I teach. So that kind of put her in a different place. What is the essence of what I teach? And drawing from that to rethink about how can she pivot and change differently, and understand that studio doesn't have to be perfect with all the wonderful equipment and all the machines. And I know from her experience and through her report that she did really well. It was amazing what a nurturing educator and teacher she was in every format, including online. Tara, our drawing instructor, not knowing how to do critiques, I remember she called me and said, "Richard, can we talk?" And so when we chatted about it, to really think it through, and she was truly perplexed about how to meet that challenge in March 2020. But she took it on and she succeeded in it. As a drawing instructor, she would, as many drawing classes, right? They would all be in the same room. She could look over the shoulder of the students and see how their drawing would unfold, but now she couldn't do that. So it was all behind Zoom, or actually not Zoom, because they weren't online all the time, right? And so what she did was she asked them to to share every 20 or 30 minutes an image of the process of the drawing as it was coming about on a whiteboard that they used. I think they used Miro. And so, and then when they later on, they looked at the outcome, they saw Miro, the whiteboard, being populated with all these images. So back then, when she was teaching in class, there only was the outcome. But now they saw all the process images that the students produced on their way, which really was different for them in terms of looking at their work and led to a real improvement. So that's a quote from her. As artists, it turns out we have experiences that serve in a pandemic. The rooms my students were in were not too small. We're not looking anything as long as they had a pencil and could learn how to improvise. I had students drawing on the back of a recycled printer paper or Post-its with ballpoint pens, drawing about their feelings or losing their minds, their health, their families, their futures. There is no subject too big, too depressing, too uncharted or confusing or overwhelming for art to hold. So she really mastered it. She stood up to it and she presented at the symposium, and it was incredible to hear these educators and studio instructors talk about their experience and how they did. Or our students. Here is a report from a student, a quote. When the semester started in the fall last year, that's a doctorate student who started last fall. That means into an online university. I was wary of being able to succeed in the remote learning environment. I was hesitant about my ability to take Zoom classes seriously, and I was worried that the lack of physical interaction with peers and faculty would cause me to disengage. The truth is, in the end, I found my learning experience over the last year incredibly dynamic and focused. I found myself laser focused on the work, and in class I was engaged and participated often. But what I also realized was that despite that, those successes, it was a very lonely learning experience. I mean, that's in a way, you could say almost a best case scenario, right? That student experience, because the struggle, the grieving, the disruption, of course, to our, economic situation, to childcare, to all of that is so massive. And we are a graduate school. That means a lot of our students are actually in the profession and taking classes. So they have a job, they have kids at home, and so that the experience that I just brought up is a great report. We had many others of our students who were really struggling, and including I had frequent meetings with people who students who met me in their one student who called in from his minibus because he lived in it. So he was at that time essentially for a stretch of time he was homeless. Things like this. I mean, what an incredible crisis. And then another student, who was saying, she's a student at MICA, one of the reasons to come to graduate school was to build relationships with her cohort and her professors. The pandemic made that unlikely. On the other hand, the Zoom space brought a level of one-on-one relationships that might have been missing in the real world, which is really ironic, but we'll see this. My experience particularly through the symposium was to see how much we actually found ways of kind of communalizing, so to speak, and living, learning to live with this platform of Zoom. So what were some of the shifts? The shifts from shorter term objectives to longer term objectives, right? So students were, teachers weren't thinking so much about these as they constructed learning experience, about the curriculum in a way fell apart. We had to completely rethink it and work from in a much more flexible way. So we started thinking about general strategies rather than specific approaches. A year of remote teaching and learning precipitated a paradigm shift on how the educators now see art education, and that nobody really intended to return to normal. That was one of the outcomes from the symposium, which included hundreds of actually art teachers. Then also widespread reconsideration of not just what remote art education meant, but what art education moving forward could be. People seemed grateful not only to have the opportunity to still be teaching, but to be forced actually to reconsider their teaching and the opportunities that it gives. Another takeaway: teaching is about relationships, is about the relationship. Relationships are at the center of our teaching. It was a very humanizing experience. And here in the US, it wasn't just a pandemic. We also had a social justice movement, which became a huge kind of driving force last year, and it still continues, and it revamps our teaching. Shared experience of being locked in, the being alone, the pandemic leveled this playing field. It put us all on the same footing. And as I'm wrapping up, right? So it kind of led to the democratization of learning in a way, the opportunity to reimagine education, the place of teaching, the relationship between teacher and student. Because we all had to care, right? We didn't see the visual cues anymore of people in the classroom, but now we had, but we got to see where they live, their situations, their struggle. We learned to get to know our students in a very different way, and that was an international experience, or is. So teacher had to learn how to teach online. We didn't know. Students had to learn how to learn online. They didn't know either. None of us knew. We all had to figure it out. So it's a moment of crisis and adaptation, which led also in a way to at least on the level of hopes, to redefining educational structures. Be it the dual pandemic that I talked about, be it the moment of reckoning for art educators to consider what art education is and what value it has. Also the broadening of our learning culture. Teaching doesn't just occur in regular classroom or brick and mortar schools. Art education has broadened its ecologies. Learning, formal and informal, is much more tethered now, right? Content, particularly if asynchronous, can come from anywhere, including online, obviously. So back to normal. Do we want to go back to normal, or the new normal? What is that? And should we even go back to the normal? And a lot of the people at the symposium that talked about it felt very doubtful about it. And with the tuition crisis and other, many keywords that I could bring up that indicate the crisis we were in before, right? Already. And now that the pandemic that gives us a kind of a platform to think about it differently. And that's also the role of a symposium. When we go through collective experiences, we have to come together as a collective, find a language together, make sense of it, because it's an experience that is too big to take on alone. This is the role that a symposium like this one too can play. We all thirst for community and realize in such symposium how difficult it has to be to find our community, how we struggled and how this struggle reflects a global experience. And on the other hand, it also showed how we learned something together. As teachers, we had to learn how to teach online. As learners, how we teach, how we learn online. These are, so we have learned to pay attention to each other, to our students and their living situations. We have learned to adapt our teaching, and that's, I want to end with that, to kind of go from big visions to small teaching. That's actually something I really like a lot as a concept, small teaching. The pandemic was a humbling experience, right? In the sense of that it made planning difficult. The dealing with uncertainty leads to teaching that was much about being present, being there with our students, going into relationship with them, being flexible as teachers, being responsive. In other words, doing what actually good teaching does. I say that with also knowing that the challenges too were enormous, but some of this small teaching as an idea that comes out of this in response maybe is response to this kind of humbling experience that we all had. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. We certainly value your pearls of wisdom at 6 a.m., now 6:30 a.m. where you are. Incredibly lucid at that time. A lot of us aren't, but thank you so much. And you've given us a lot to think about. And I could feel people nodding, really, agreeing and just to share that experience and to think about it in different ways being valuable. Richard, I hope you can join us certainly at 3 o'clock our time when we have some questions and answers, and to be part of that discussion as well. So we'll all be chipping in and sort of digesting things a little bit then. We've got it. So thank you again, Richard. Really appreciate it. Richard's a great thinker in this area of art-based or artistic research. So we're very privileged to have him here today. We've got a 6-minute break, a little less than we scheduled, but 6 minutes. So it's a comfort break. If you do things in the right order, put the kettle on first, we might actually achieve all that you need to do in 6 minutes and bring your drinks back to the forum. So we'll see you very shortly as we continue. Thank you all.
To try and see if you can share your screen. We could give it a go.
Okay.
I was thinking about playing some music, but
There we go. Can you see that?
it works. Yes, I can.
Is that full screen
already? Yes.
There you go. Fab.
Brilliant.
We're all back.
Yes.
Back.
Well, Adam was just trying to see if he can share his screen, but I think
And let's stop sharing.
You've got the first slide on, yes?
Okay, I can go from there if that's. I'm good.
Yeah, so it should be working, is it?
Yeah.
So great. Well, I hope we all managed to do what we needed to do in that short break, but at least got us moving about for a moment. So our next speaker, these are much shorter, pithy presentations now, following our keynotes. So it's we have Adam Tate, who's a PhD researcher, Oxford Brookes University, and a lecturer in academic practice at Nottingham Trent University in the United Kingdom. He will be speaking about a changing demand in the skills and knowledge of trainee performing arts teachers from the physical to the virtual world. And over to you, Adam.
Fabulous. Thank you, Ross. It's been a really insightful morning so far. So thank you very much. And thank you for the invite. So I guess I'm going to go on to something in terms of pragmatics of supporting trainee performing arts teachers. And I don't mean in formal school settings, but these trainees are in private dance schools. So the more sort of club aspect and the graded world of examinations in the sense of I'm going to do my grade 1 ballet, for example. And so International Performing Arts and Theatre is a fairly small and new innovative performing arts organisation operating in 12 different countries of the world. And if I can get my slides to change, there we go. Okay, so our teachers come from a level 4 background, in the sense that this is pitched at level 4, so the more vocational end of HE. And the teaching diploma had always been run online. So the online space, the virtual space, is where our teaching has always been premised, but not where our trainees do their own teaching. And it consists of 7 units, 6 of those designed online, and then 1 unit which is delivered more synchronously and in person. So in 2018, before the pandemic struck, these were the top 10 skills identified by our performing arts trainee teachers in an initial needs analysis. Bianca will love that. We called it a skills and knowledge audit. And going into that, the main skills were around behavior management, behavior for learning. So very much in-person skills, very much about challenge. And after the pandemic, so in our 2020 cohort, 2 cohorts later, the top skills, and just to highlight, the bottom axis is the number of times that skill was highlighted by our trainees. We see a distinct shift to online, to technology, the role of technology, the skills that are wanted by trainees to develop is around that online space, about use of streaming services, online safeguarding, which was a completely new skill that hadn't previously even been entertained, and the use of digital technology. So this, for us, really forced this move into the virtual. And what did that mean? So it was much of an epistemic shift in the performing arts sector. So for us, it meant, what constitutes the performance space? The performance space previously had been an embodied physical space. It was the dance studio. It was the singing studio. And every other space was supporting that performance space. So the virtual world, the homework, it was all about supporting students to get into that performance space. And now that had been contested. Performance space increasingly was the virtual. It was around expressions. It was around WhatsApp, for example, being used as this is where we're going to aggregate little clips. The use and rise of TikTok, for example, as constituting the performance. So that challenged what teaching was and how we taught skills. So we had to change it at pace, at real pace. What our business model was in terms of what does teaching look like? What does our fundamental business mean? Because as a performing arts organization, we're also in this real transitory period of time of we have to make money. If we didn't make money, we wouldn't exist, and therefore we can't provide our educational mission. And that can be present quite a tension in our neo sort of capitalist society that we're in. What takes precedent, delivering education or getting the money to provide that education? So our program had to change, and we're quite fortunate that as an organization, and a new organization who controls the curriculum, we don't have as many hoops to jump through, such as maybe development groups that one might have to go to in a university, and the speed of university changes in program that can take quite a bit of time. Even in COVID times where things are compressed, it still takes months. Whereas we were agile, we could change our program within a couple of weeks. But so here then presents a couple of tensions. There's a changing sector, we need to change our teaching. But where's the evidence to inform that? So it was very much emergency remote teaching that our trainees were experiencing, but backed up by the fact that because our trainee teachers were on an online course, there is a precedent for online pedagogy there. So thinking very much around some of Lemoff's work, for example, thinking very much around some of Batham's and Sharp's work around digital pedagogies. But first, with this, I think presenting a list of things that we approach. So that emergency remote teaching, supporting our members to do that, thinking about digital literacy, so really developing that and what technology is starting to be used, making the digital space safer for students. So those students that those 5 to 18-year-olds will be experiencing from our trainees, rethinking the performance space, distilling the message around greater focus on skills rather than let's do a dance routine. Actually, what are the skills needed within that? So really sort of, these are the last 2 real quick points, is the concept of risk, of what did we know? What were the unknown knowns and the known unknowns? And really thinking through that with a really critical lens about what can we support our trainees with to remove the elements of risk, to really plan through that. And thinking around some of Tom and Gove's work around this, some real sort of insightful work that came out this year, informed from previous year in COVID. And thinking about knowledges that remain stable over time. So those really underpinning key messages to be pulled out, and those transferable skills from the physical to the virtual worlds. So even though we have this sense of what is the space of the performance, that skills are still embodied in spaces. Just because I'm doing a routine in my bedroom doesn't mean that the skills are necessarily completely different to skills that I'm doing in the dance studio. I'm still needing to articulate those. And so I think to pull all of this together really quickly, it's about what did we learn as an organization? It's about cutting through the noise to distill that message. We know when we go online that the content that we can deliver, cut it in half again, then cut it in half. And that's actually what we can deliver. And that's the important stuff, if you like, to be thinking about. Challenging assumptions, particularly around sector changes, particularly around what does the future trajectories of performing arts look like, and the key skills demand. Thinking, what is it that our trainees need? Let's not just steamroll ahead and say, this is what you need. No, let's listen. Let's provide them with that skills. And we're in a fortunate situation to be able to change the curriculum to support that. And making sense of that chaos for us as an organization, me as a trainer of teachers, and for the trainees, really aligning that. So importantly, communication and that culture is key. And so thank you. I think I've just about got there in time.
Brilliant, Adam. You did indeed. Perfect timing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I look forward to your contributions when we have our discussion at 3 o'clock. So thank you, Adam, for your some really interesting ideas to pick up on. So now over to Bianca, who will chair the next session. It's a student roundtable. So over to Bianca.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you again, everyone, for being here today. I mean, I know what I'm like when I'm invited to yet another online event. So I do appreciate that you're here today, and it's so good to see such a good turnout this morning. I mean, we've got 46 people watching this and participating and asking questions in the chat. So it's lovely. It's lovely to see you all here. Now, because I know that Adam has touched on teacher training, I was wondering if I could take 1 minute, Ross. I know we're short of time, and I know that our schedule today is very tight, but I was wondering if I could take 1 minute to talk about the MELDA project. Because I had this great opportunity at the University of Wolverhampton to lead the MELDA project, which aims to support secondary schools and any further and higher education institution to develop a consistent approach to digital training. We all know that schools and universities are putting a lot of pressure on academic staff and on teaching staff to be up to date with the new technological developments and to use technology in teaching. But not all the schools in particular provide their staff with the necessary training to be able to do so. So our MELDA project started in 2018. What we did was we started by assessing the digital competencies of secondary school teachers and students in all the partner countries. We are working with 5 partners on this project. So we've got institutions from Germany, Greece, and Cyprus working with us. And what we did was we designed a framework for teacher digital preparation. And I will share a link in the chat to this framework for you if you want to have a look at what we designed. We also have an e-platform that contains that will give you access to ready-to-use resources, it's training for anyone who is interested in using technologies in teaching. So I'm not going to bore you too much with this, but I also wanted to touch on this because some of our students have been involved in this project as well. We've been offering placements for our journalism students in their summer between level 5 and level 6. So some of our students are familiar with the project. But what I would like to do now is I would like to find out from our students about their experience with online learning, because you've heard this morning kind of our take as lecturers, as academics, and you kind of heard about our experience and how we felt the shift to online was. So I would very much like to hear from you. How was it for you? And I think I will start with Aaron because he's one of our level 5 multimedia journalism students, and he's also a student rep for his year. So you'll probably be able to paint an accurate picture of what the student experience has been like with online teaching.
Hi, Bianca. Hello, everyone. I think it's been really interesting, hasn't it? The last year or just over a year. I think when we sort of realized that coronavirus was coming and then arrived into the UK and that things were going to change, I don't think any of us quite realized how much that was going to affect us. And you know, on a very practical course like journalism, when you're working in a TV studio, a radio studio, and you're trying to go out and do interviews and put all those things together, having all of that taken away is really tricky, because you sort of start to wonder how on earth we're going to continue the learning and development stuff, you know, the teaching and learning that goes on at university, but also how we can hone and develop those skills. I think from my perspective, I had to view it as an opportunity rather than as a hindrance to my own learning and development. I think I took it as an opportunity to think about how I could use the technology that I have at home. And I'm quite lucky that I have quite a bit of tech at home, but also how I could learn to do things in a different way. So for example, where we would go out and take a TV camera and interview somebody, how we could do that over things like Zoom and Teams, you know, and put those things together in order to create the news packages or the pieces of work that we were doing. And I think that's been a real challenge for me, but it's also been quite exciting in a sort of strange way to have to shift in that way, as so much of the creative industries do. I mean, I'm an actor. In my previous life, I trained as a musical theatre actor, and you know, it's the same for my friends who are in the performing arts industry. As we were just hearing as well, you know, everything had to shift from this focus of being in the room, being on a stage, being in a performance space, to how do we do that very differently. And it's been frustrating at times, but it's also been really exciting, I think.
What would you say were the challenges that you faced? I mean, you did touch on the fact that maybe not all the students have access to technology,
Yeah.
Which I think we've all come to realize at the beginning of the pandemic. But were there any other challenges that maybe you faced?
Yeah, I think
the second and the third lockdown.
Sure, yeah, all of the various lockdowns 3.0. I think access is the biggest one, both in terms of technology. You know, some of my colleagues on my course, for example, don't have a sort of very up-to-date laptop, for example. So even some of the access to teaching that was going on through Teams or via the university's Canvas system was more difficult than it was for others. And I think that's, you know, something that perhaps previously people wouldn't have recognized because people were going into the university using the equipment at the uni. I think for us, particularly on the journalism course, and I know it was the same with my colleagues who do things like fine art, for example, access to materials and to equipment to be able to actually do the things that we're learning about. So, you know, for us, we couldn't go into the TV studio, for example, and actually that's a huge learning curve when you go into a TV studio for the first time. It's quite a scary place to be, and I think, you know, again, for some of my colleagues, they've really struggled with not having access to that. And I think one of the things that I found slightly difficult at first, I've got much better at it now, was maintaining motivation. And I think when you travel to work, when you travel to university, when you gear yourself up for it. You know, I go from Shrewsbury to Wolverhampton when I come to university, so it's about a 45 minute drive, and you know, that gives me an opportunity to get into that frame of mind, to really focus myself on what I'm going to do and how I'm going to learn. Whereas actually when you're sat at home in the same space all the time that you're working in, that you're living in, that you're studying in, it very quickly comes a little bit blurry. And I think that for me was the key. And I think what certainly my lecturers did in the main, I'm really pleased about, is that actually the lectures were still timetabled. There was still a specific time that was set aside for those lectures, and in the main, those happened in a live situation like this. You know, we had some pre-recorded lectures because things get in the way and things had to be done that way, and that's fine. But actually, in the main, we were having those live conversations with people, with our lecturers, with our other students, and I think that really helped to focus my mind to be able to say this time is set aside for learning and for those lectures, which I think is really good.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. We also have Lane Butler with us. Lane is a former multimedia journalism student, and she's now a graduate teaching assistant. So I was wondering, Lane, if you could share with us some of the feedback that you got from your students.
Yeah, I suppose I come at this from quite an interesting perspective in that I've been a teacher and a postgraduate student at the same time in this situation. So it has been an interesting one. And something that came to mind actually when I was reflecting on this was a quote from Perrineau, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, where he says, many students do not aspire to learn as much as possible, but are content to get by and to get through the period, the day or the year without any major disaster, having made time for activities other than schoolwork. And I kind of felt like that, like for both students and for us, it was a case of just initially getting through the day without a major disaster. And in fact, that's still quite an achievement if people don't drop out. Last week, I couldn't do a session I was really looking forward to. I couldn't do it because the students couldn't see or hear me, you know, and there was just nothing I could do about that. So that was just something I had to swap some sessions around and do something else with them. But and I think that was the same, you know, for students and for us as teachers. Initially,
what
it was
like
like,
your experience as a student, because I know you're also a postgraduate student. So what was your experience with online teaching on that program?
On the PGCE? I don't think it's been particularly bad. I suppose because my teaching is part of my PGCE experience, then I still feel sort of quite connected. And I suppose with the move online, there has actually been a growth perhaps in the sort of community of practice. The PGCE sessions have very much moved away from what are we doing on each specific module to saying, I've done this and it's worked really well. I've used Mentimeter, it's worked really well. I've worked Padlet, it's worked really well. I've been doing this to kind of make my classroom more inclusive. And I think inclusivity was probably one of the main challenges that I faced, because that's something that I really strive to do. And I was also very much aware of the fact that there was suddenly this shift to technology and a focus on technology. And sorry, I'm going to quote at you again.
That's okay.
But I really like this quote from Clark, and it's an old quote. It's an old quote. It's from like 1983. It says, the best current evidence, and I would argue this is still relevant, is that media are mere vehicles that deliver instruction, but do not influence student achievement any more than a truck that delivers groceries causes changes in their nutrition. And this really stuck with me, because I was thinking, well, these apps and all these different methods of teaching online, they're great and they're shiny, and Mentimeter looks great and it's kind of animated, but it has to be the right thing. It has to be the right medium. And some of the best sessions that I've observed have been the sessions where there's been no PowerPoint, where there's been no animations, where there's been no YouTube. It's just about, I think the most important thing for me is just having that connection between students and lecturers, between having a two-way conversation. And the opposite, the worst that I've seen, is not allowing space for there to be communication. And then I think for me, that was one of the first sort of realizations, was that I've got to allow more time for students to respond. I can't just go, what do you think of this? And then if no one answers in 10 seconds, move on. It's like, right, I'm aware that some students aren't using their mics, that they've got to type. So I need to sit back, and the whole pace of the sessions need to change. I need to allow them to think, then type, then post. So kind of, sorry, I'm probably moving away completely from what you were talking about, but it's been interesting for me.
Some really good points that you.
Yeah, for me, I think being within the PGCE has given me this really interesting perspective of seeing how we're taught, seeing how we can teach, and then seeing how I am teaching, and kind of all of this kind of reflecting back. So it's been a really interesting time.
All right, thank you both. So I think I've got only one last question. So if you were to think about one single thing that went well during the pandemic, something that you would take on, something that you would say, yes, I would like to do this even when we're all back on campus, what would that be?
For me, I would say it was bringing in guest speakers. I think that worked.
The fact
really
that
well.
we don't actually have to travel that much.
No, that's
we're all able
absolutely,
to contribute. And
absolutely. And I think that opened up spaces where we could bring in people who wouldn't physically be able to come onto campus, even if we'd been able to. And it's kind of opened up more of this kind of idea of networking, and also of mentoring, you know, of students being able to perhaps talk and share their work online with professionals who've been able to give them sort of immediate feedback on their work. And I think that's been fantastic, and I think that's something we definitely keep doing and sort of take forward, even when we're back in the classroom. Definitely.
Thank you, Lynn. Aaron, what do you think? What did we do well this year that you think we should do again?
It's slightly tricky because you're my course leader, so
I'm sorry, I'm
tempted to say everything.
And I'm not here.
I've eaten a lot this year. That's not necessarily a positive. I think, and on Lynn's point with the sort of, you know, the online lectures thing, I think is really interesting, because I was quite frustrated with the perception that people sometimes didn't engage. You know, a lecturer would ask a question and there'd be this hideous pregnant pause where nobody said anything. And sometimes that was because some people didn't have access to mics and webcams and all that. And sometimes it just created a bit more distance, and people didn't engage in the same way they were in a classroom. So I think that is a negative in that sense. And that was quite hard for me, because I enjoy those kind of debates and conversations. But I think what it does do, and the real positives that we can take from it, is that kind of the instant access to information and to people and places. You know, as you said, because people didn't have to travel, we were able to have guest speakers and lectures from all over the country. We were able to access different points of view, you know, through different mediums and different ways of teaching. And I think that, you know, that going forward, and I think, you know, businesses and you know, education establishments across the board will have to kind of adapt to a more kind of mixed approach to the way we do business. You know, where I work, for example, isn't planning on returning to the offices really in any sort of major sense. So we, you know, that dual way of working of in-person versus digital technology, I think is here to stay, in the same way that I think it will be for theatre and for performance spaces and for journalism. And that's a real positive, I think. You know, we can create a huge range of content that sits online that people can access whenever they need it or whenever they want it. That's a really good thing. I think we can, you know, the idea of having a digital lecture, even with the students in a classroom and a lecturer projected up on the wall because they're in Scotland and we're in Wolverhampton, is great. Whereas before that potentially would have been a bit of a no-no. And I think that's something that that's something to be really excited about, actually, as students, and I think as a educational establishment, to be able to facilitate.
Thank you, Aaron. So I guess just as a final thought, from, you know, I heard from you and from Lynn, I guess a blended approach is the future. So a blended approach to teaching is something that you would like to see next year and the year after next, maybe. And in a way, this, if you think about it, this is a blessing in disguise, because we're able to kind of design teaching in such a way, and that will provide a personalized experience for each student. So students will be able to choose how to access the content that we are providing, and they'll be able to access lectures even if they are not able to travel to campus, which I think was one of the benefits of shifting to online. Now I know that we're out of time, Ross. And I know that I think the next in our program is a lunch break. But before we do that, I would very much like to ask the audience about the most challenging thing you had to do since teaching was shifted to online. So I'm going to share a link with you. I'm going to pop it in the chat so you can add your thoughts to this mind map that I created. You don't have to log in. You just have to click on the link and contribute to it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Bianca. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, I'm not sure if you're a son of mine that I never knew, but I don't think we're related, for those people who are wondering. You know, anything's possible, isn't it?
Maybe distant.
I was wondering, you know, I didn't dare ask, but well, I was wondering.
You never know in this world. Right, we've got a lovely lunch break now, and but this afternoon's program is also extraordinary. We've got a huge range of people who are talking, giving us lots of perspective. So this afternoon will be exciting, and our panel discussion will be exciting, and the plenary by Professor Phil Gravestock will be also very valuable. So looking forward to seeing you after the break, if we can be back here at 1:45. Enjoy the break.
If you think it's a good idea, I'm going to share my screen so that everyone can see the answers on the mind map during the break. Does that make sense? So I share the link to a mind map that everyone can contribute to. So I can just share my screen so we can see what were the most challenging things that we'll have to do.
Or just
during the break.
Sorry, Bianca, can you repeat again? Sorry, it's not clear to me what you just said.
All right, so what I said was that I share the link in the chat.
Oh, okay.
So that all of you can share your thoughts with us and tell us what were the most challenging things you had to do when teaching was shifted to online.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
no worries.
folks, a break till 1:45.
Yes.
Enjoy your lunch. Bye. We're all back. I know that's felt like a short break, but please continue eating and drinking if you need to. Bianca, did you want to say anything about what we see on the screen?
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch break. Well, these are the responses from the audience. Thank you so much for contributing to this. These are a few of the challenging aspects that we've all faced during the lockdown. So you can see here that some of our attendees have said that lack of response has been a problem, and I can relate to that because you see during some of my lectures, each time you ask a question now online, you kind of have to allow for at least 5 seconds of silence before eventually someone will say something. So yeah, I can share this with the audience. I can maybe download it as a PDF and then email it to everyone after the conference. But I thought some of the responses were were quite interesting. Someone said that students returning work has been a problem, or has been more challenging than usual. Being able to teach performing arts practically and have students engage, that I'm sure has been a problem. Technological poverty has been an issue, and I think our students were also been confronted to it with that as well. Let's see, what else? The assumption that teachers know everything and they are capable in an online environment. Yeah, I really like this one as well. Anyway, thank you all so much. I'm going to stop sharing now so that we can carry on with our program.
Great, thank you, Bianca. Do we have our next speaker here? Is Maggie there?
I can't see Maggie yet, but I know that she was asking for a link earlier on email. So let me just check that, Ross.
I think we sent it to her yet again, so she should have it. We'll just give her a moment or two just to hopefully be joining us, and we can find out what's happening. Some very interesting themes coming out, so I'm looking forward to how we're going to bring all this together, and also the possibilities. Because as I said at the beginning, it's not just to bemoan what we used to do. Some of it is precious, some of it was not so precious. You know, it was habit. So sorting all of that out in our minds is certainly something to for us to take on, really. But there are some themes, some very distinct themes coming out. So thank you to everyone for this morning. That was very, very interesting and thought-provoking. So this afternoon, we have a range of discipline areas within the arts. And so they're going to shed a different light on various aspects. It's good to learn from different areas. As Phil said at the beginning, the interdisciplinary work is very informative, and it takes us forward. So we have our next speaker here, and that is Maggie. So I'll just introduce Maggie. Maggie Aleph is head of the Wolverhampton School of Art, and she was going to be presenting with Dr. Christian Meaves from Newcastle University in the United Kingdom, but he's unable to be here today because of a family circumstance. So Maggie will be presenting on dirty practice, studio culture and online learning. And the key for all of us this afternoon is a tight 15 minutes. So rapid fire, pithy, wonderful enlightenments. Over to you, Maggie.
Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, Maggie.
Okay, let's try again. Sorry, I'm having a few computer problems this afternoon. Is the connection okay?
Yeah, it's all good.
Perfect.
It's all good. Okay, so unfortunately I haven't got my PowerPoint, so I'll just do the paper and you can see, maybe circulate it after. It's just pictures anyway, so which are always nice. So Obviously, as Ross has said, the plan was to present the paper with Christian Meaves. We have worked together on this project throughout, and unfortunately he's had a family bereavement and can't be with us. Just to say, we do genuinely write and work together and usually present together, so the two different voices are present. I'm not going to attempt to be Christian at any point during the presentation, but hopefully a sense of the conversation will come through. So our Dirty Practice project was initiated in 2015 in response to a call for papers for the first Teaching Painting conference held in Manchester, and a discussion between Christian and myself about the barriers to developing a painting practice that we faced within the context of an art school sitting within a post-92 university. The Dirty Practice programme was developed in an attempt to play out and develop new models of educational practice that might reveal and challenge the institutional values that were mitigating against a more open-ended approach to learning through self-exploration and practice. Our project has sought to address the progressive institutionalisation of the art school within this context through a series of residencies that have focused on the studio as a subversive, dirty space. The development of care as a management and curricular agenda, and ironically that was before our most recent care framework was introduced. And then it turns out even more precipitously, the role or idea of contagion as a positive factor in the community in our 2019 residency entitled Now Please Don't Wash Your Hands. Our use of language, the highlighting of terms that don't happily fit within the semiotics of the institution, has been an important strategy in the project, as we have tried to find a voice for the other and marginalised practices within this context. So the importance of mess. The Dirty Practice Painting Research Project and residencies are motivated in part by a discussion about the question to what extent the concept of dirt, often defined as matter out of place, proves to be productive in an artistic practice. In the influential book Purity in Danger, Mary Douglas sets out to define the cultural, social, symbolic understanding of dirt and messiness in our society by arguing that dirt is perceived as matter out of place. Douglas's reading of dirt is based on a 1960s sociological approach and the assumption that disorder and the mismatch of meaning are erroneously positioned in relation to other things. However, in this context, we will focus on the benefits of the anomalies of social or theoretical systems and the actual concerns regarding messiness. With regards to a fine art practice that is described as dirty, messiness, as for instance, displaced, discarded material left over from previous projects and other accumulated material, becomes essential for the creative process. It also becomes evident that the subversive potential of failure stands in clear conflict with the traditional classifications, such as traditional skill sets or regimented environments. While this transgression has been pointed out in relation to aspects of de-skilling and the perception of skill, the focus should here be on the anti-systematic aspect of art, and as John Roberts argues, the struggle to find a process of reasoning outside the bounds of classical standards. However, it has been argued that the concepts of error and mess allow in particular, as Trotter argues in his book, Cooking with Mud, mess demonstrates a key aspect of artistic creation, and that is unintentionality. As Trotter outlines, mess making, like other varieties of error or slip, demonstrate the force of unconscious intention, or in other words, are a hidden necessity. As he further outlines, mess here becomes not only a means to confront established order, but eradicates and blurs the subject-object distinction. Trotter compares in his discussion the idea of mess with the idea of transitional object, where the young child takes into possession an object, leaves a mark and embraces this object gradually. Mess, disorders, staining can therefore be also seen as a way in which the person or the artist responds to the world in a very individual way. As Trotter argues, messes often involve a mutually defining collision between a person and an object in which the body inhabits the world. So in 2019 Dirty Practice event, we fittingly titled it Don't Wash Your Hands. We invited artist responses to deal with educational structures and spaces through a wide range of artistic practices that reflect on the increasingly denigrated and sanitised language of the institutionalised art school environment. We sought to explore the necessity of cross-contamination in the process of artistic creation. Taking our lead from art theorist Boris Goris, the event focused on the importance of external inspiration within art education, of what Goris describes the modernist feature of the other within or becoming other, in what he proclaims provocatively as art as infection. He traces the relationship between the art school and by implication the artist studio infecting or polluting the world and vice versa. Groys expands, artists need to modify the immune system of their art in order to incorporate new aesthetic bacilli, to survive them and find new inner balance, a new definition of health. Bacteria, dirt and parasites, we could say, offer another breach of boundaries. Through paradoxical and often contrary overlap of activities, the parasite or bacteria within biological ecological realm can be both guest and host, active and passive, harmful and beneficial. Michael Serres, for instance, uses the figure of the parasite as a cipher that disrupts clear categorization beyond the idea of infestation. It becomes a break in the message where we are parasites of each other and live amidst parasites, while the notion of who benefits and who benefits from whom becomes impossible to say. And so in 2020, we found ourselves, like many other creative projects, unable to sustain a physical footprint and distracted by the immediacy of maintaining art education without access to the familiar, dirty spaces and means of making. We noted, as a result of the pandemic, galleries and art institutions, according to Hollett and Mende, secretly rejoicing under the use of online viewing spaces and the fact that spaces are sanitized beyond the wildest dreams of any white cube. Universities have also been quick to take up online learning, with the often repeated notion that after all this is over, we will maintain some of the online practices learned. As art schools, we have to both warn against this extradition of practice from the institution, whilst we begin to understand what blended making might be and how practice skills and experiential learning can be delivered in this environment. While Dirty Practice actively encourages a revision of practices and understanding of messy spaces, the omnipresence of home working as one of the key features in the last months changes also the interaction with students in online tutorials. Seeing the washing or family photographs in the background breaches significantly the isolation of the art school, described by Maddox as a zone of exception. Paul B. Prasadio directs his focus towards the home as a new centre of production under confinement, transformed into a centre of the economy of teleconsumption and teleproduction. This working situation from home results not only in a drastic breach of traditional structures of production and reproduction, factory in the home, private and institutional spaces. As part of Dirty Practice, students were encouraged to start cooking, build furniture, and gain ownership of the institutional space. The current shift into online teaching seems to have stopped this direct interaction, but seems to enable inadvertently another departure from over-regulated sanitized spaces. Students are working in the kitchen whilst cooking tea, caring for family, or confined to a bedroom where they eat, sleep, socialise, and ostensibly work. In this context, the emotionally sanitized space of the studio might become important, and can be seen to provide a space without baggage, or to be, or a space to become something or someone different, a room of one's own. Confronted with the influx of Skyping, Zoom, conferencing and collaborative Google Doc writing, the question of parasites and aesthetic bacilli become both increasingly real and impossible during the pandemic. While the aforementioned restrictions of art schools, opportunities to build communities, sense of belonging and the appearance of digital messy spaces becomes relevant, if not a more urgent discussion than before. So in December 2020, we invited students, staff and Dirty Practice alumni from around the world to join us for an afternoon residency on Zoom. The idea was simple: to test and explore the potential of Zoom as a dirty space through an online residency for one afternoon for 6 hours. By connecting studio spaces, whatever that might be, we wanted to explore the opportunity to work alongside each other and create a room for informal discussions about practice. The event had an open structure where participants were encouraged to work in their studios or provisional workspaces, engage in loosely structured short provocations and discussions. There were potentially a set of new problems. How do you start a discussion? How do you finish a discussion? And of course, the technical emergency. We devised a schedule with breakout rooms and hourly coffee breaks, with provocations led by Andrew Bracey from Lincoln, Atsu Itu from London, Holly Crawford from New York, and Sarah Byrne from Wolverhampton, and finished up around 5:30 with drinks. Attendees followed up with some feedback about our 6-hour marathon on Zoom. So, Jan, it always feels a privilege to attend Dirty Practice, and this year was no different. I thought Andrew's visual provocation was really interesting, and Sarah's provocation made me proud of Wolverhampton Art School's inclusive and supportive approach. Art school can be very exploratory and exposing. I loved the focus on cooking as practice. I enjoyed Atsu's sculpture and Holly's familiar technical challenge provocation too. All seemed to take us down a new discussion path, which I enjoyed. And Joanna, I wanted to give you my thoughts on the breakout rooms. I had been wanting to use the Zoom space as material studio to create with, and I guess what I had envisaged didn't happen, but as always, other things did. We went into the breakout rooms at break times, very much like one would pop out of a conference room to go and get a drink or nip to the toilet or get a bit of fresh air. The issue with that was that there was not much time to actually experiment with that space as material if you really needed a cuppa or to nip to the bathroom. I also found myself nipping into the breakout rooms at times while the provocations were going on, just to see if anyone was there. Naturally, I found that I was there on my own, in silence, away from the hustle and bustle of the discussion. I would stay there a few minutes and then return to the main Zoom. And Holly said, it worked. I mentioned to others that most Zooming doesn't, and this did. It was the loose structure. People were not just fixed staring at the screen. It was very active with really good conversations. A community was there. And finally, Atsu said, thank you for letting me join Dirty Practice Artist in Residency programme in this year in 2020. It was critical and generative. Firstly, it was critical in the sense of making me re-examine what I was making and how I was presenting. In other words, the critique, especially from Lisa, made me think how we reproduce the regime of white cube and its associated oppression on the screen. Secondly, it was generative. It was a sense I made a piece of work on the day. It gave me an opportunity to explore it in the domestic space that I begin to call a studio, distinct from the studio space that I've rented for the last 23 years. What differs from my point of view is that I notice that in the residency is the experience of my attention and inattention to others, and equally similar attention to my work and others' work in respective domestic space. Thank you so much to have let me join you. It was a valuable experience, and I hope I also made a contribution to the event. All the best, Atsu.
Thank you, Maggie. Yes, well, lots of interesting themes coming out there, certainly within a visual arts environment. I remember visiting a an art school in, I won't mention which institution, in Boston, Massachusetts, and the studio spaces were messy. Like there was paint up the walls, up the ceiling, the floor. You know, it was like walking into an explosion of color and mess, really. I mean, the gallery space, yeah, white cube, as you could imagine, you know. But it was a sense of excitement that something was going on and not being restrained, you know, not being harnessed in some way. But maybe with what's happening, the changes that we can expect longer term, maybe we, you know, in institutions will give over more space to practical disciplines.
Well, that's an optimistic thought.
I'm being very optimistic today because it's Friday before a bank holiday weekend. And, you know, so maybe, you know, as we don't need to use some physical spaces on campuses, we can enlarge the resources within those practical areas. Anyway, that's just a thought. We can discuss that later. And Maggie, hopefully you can join us again at 3 o'clock for a open discussion if you can. All right, thank you very much, Maggie. And our next speaker. So we're heading down south now. We're still in the United Kingdom. It's Andrea Brooks, and Andrea is the head of the MA acting program at East 15 Acting School in Loughton in the United Kingdom, near London. The presentation is Distilling and Destilling, Discovering the Essence of Performance Arts Training Online. Andrea, over to you. And the famous words this year, you're on mute.
Unmute. I was just saying, it's nothing like having to give a title before you know what the heck you're going to talk about. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? I was going to go more simple, and Ross selected that title for me, so let's hope that it's worth something. I'm going to time myself for 12 minutes because that's how I roll. And then we'll see what happens when the timer goes off, because that's kind of part of the fun. So it's Friday the 13th. I mean, it's not today, thank God, but the story starts on Friday the 13th of March in 2020, when the email comes through and we're told that that'll be that, thank you very much, we're all going to be working from home. The course that I run is a master's degree. It has a master's award. It's a 1-year intensive training for actors at East 15 Conservatoire Drama School. We lie as part a school within the University of Essex. So they are our masters, and all teaching was online as from the following Monday. My background is in theatre, and when we were told that we were going to be teaching by Zoom, I said, oh, is that what happened, that meeting about a month ago where that girl then, and the machine, you had to point to the person who was speaking. It was so clever. I had no idea how that was going to work. Yes, they said, and we're going to give you a training on it. So then it was Sunday the 15th, and I was watching a training by someone I've come to be very close to, though I've never met, from the IT department at the University of Colchester, Matt Softley, who was cramming information into the heads of many of us on how to use Zoom and breakout rooms and screen share and so forth. What was charming about this, and so very alarming and different, probably alarming because different, was that he was being crawled over at the time by his 3-year-old Cara, and it was all occurring on a Sunday afternoon. So if we hadn't got the message before then, we definitely had the message after then that we were in a very different and new reality. One of the things that we've been hearing about today, which absolutely fascinates me as a learning point and a point of inquiry as we go forward, is one of the big questions. So when students come to train as actors, a lot of the focus is on training their body in time, and space under gravity. And suddenly, those three givens, which are a given when we're in a room with someone, had an entirely new concept around them. What time were we in? Well, number one, it was Sunday. I was supposed to be walking on the downs, which is my thing. And certainly Cara, Matt's daughter, felt Sunday was a time for daddy. And yet there we were, being thrust, like it or not, into the new reality. So one of the things that dear Matt taught me was how to screen share. So I'm going to risk it for a biscuit and see if... let's try. Let's see if this works. We'll go to the top. Go to slideshow. Can you see that, guys? Are you getting a picture? I don't quite know why it's that one. All right, we'll just go to the top. So that is a picture of Epping Forest, and we're very, very blessed that at East 15 on the Loughton campus, we're very near Epping Forest. So bodies in time and space under gravity. The space that we were in was very, very different. We have a practice in the MA of making sure that all of our imaginative exercises... Oh, great. My internet connection is unstable, the man's telling me. So that's always good. I might stop screen sharing for exactly that reason. So great. How are we doing? 12 minutes. Yeah. So bodies in time and space under gravity. Where were we? When we started actually teaching, which was a little bit after the so-called holiday, because all of our holiday had been spent running around trying to find out how we were going to get these actors industry ready in the weeks between April and July when they graduated, when they hadn't had any of the key experiences. We heard from Aaron the difference of working for a camera in this way and working for a camera when you've got a boom just above your head and a reflector under your chin and a very expensive piece of HD lens in your face. Also, those guys at that point hadn't been in any sort of radio studio. They hadn't even been in a theatre with lights on them at that point. So there were these very embodied experiential parts of training to be an actor that we weren't sure how we were going to deliver. Their first reaction, God bless them, was to boycott. It's never a pleasant situation when students are unhappy. It's not what any of us are in it for. But I found...
Can we see Andrea or not? It's just me.
Oh, have I frozen?
Well, I can't see you at all.
Oh.
I think
Can you see me, Bianca?
I think it might be the... I
can't see you either.
Yeah, I think it might be the
Can you hear me?
But that's okay because we can hear you. So
yeah.
Okay, great. Let me just close some of these ideas that I had, fantasizing about sharing pictures with you.
Okay,
and so forth.
the internet's a bit wonky today.
Yeah. Okay, let me come back there. There we are. Have you got me?
Not yet.
Ah, well. I'll just keep nattering. So one of the things that they were boycotting about, quite rightly, was access. And when we went online to try and do our first sort of cohort meeting about how we were going to continue, the diversification of the students that we were teaching was extremely obvious. And we heard from Richard this morning about how actually seeing into a student's home is a very different experience. And we had the experience of having one student who very enthusiastically and very innocently got very excited to share that the little picture that I had remarked upon that was hanging on the wall over her shoulder was a constable that her grandfather had inherited. And on the same frame, in the same set of tiles, was another student who was sitting on the sofa with his dogs while his mother, in their one-bedroomed council flat that they shared, was trying to work from home on her computer while he was trying to do a voice class. So the space that we were hearing about as being a zone of exception, I think was Maddox's phrase that we were just hearing there, was now denied us. The thing that went not so well was trying to hold everyone together in one performance. When they first came back, the first module that they had to do was students making their own work. Now that was great because we were online and they were able to, ghastly word, but upskill themselves with Adobe, and Adobe very kindly made all of their editing free to performing arts students. So we had an explosion of self-made work, 38 new pieces of work, some audio. A passion for audio drama was one of the things that really came out of it. But then they would have been in a theatre. Because of the pastoral care that I had been doing, and I'd been doing a lot of it, and all online, it felt terribly important to me to try and hold the cohort together. I trained 48 actors, and it felt very important that we didn't go into kind of 3 different experiences, which at the best of times can be jangling. We wanted to create an equality of opportunity and equality of experience. So I took on directing one of the hugest plays ever, with every single student in the cohort getting a decent amount to do. We did it. And the final piece of work I'm very proud of, and so were they. But what I missed, was self-care in that. Because the drain on the adrenal system of trying to be all things to these 48 people was utterly, utterly exhausting. It's a bit of a truism that one should put on one's own oxygen mask before attending to others in the cabin. And for me, part of this reflection on time and space under gravity is how we redefine those concepts for ourselves when we are all in this virtual space. So we have a boundary of time, generally speaking, but when you've got a whole play to rehearse, one might imagine that, you know, in a production week, you work into the evenings. I said to a friend the other day that the last 14 months have been like 54 weeks of being in a tech, that the flexibility of thinking, the number of decisions that need to be made and the number of adaptations that need to be made are legion. So Dog Beneath the Skin was this enormous project with seemingly endless rehearsals. And then when September whizzed round again, we managed to give those students, those 2020 students, the experience that they hadn't had on the film set, in the theatre with lights, and in the radio studio. And then that all finished on the 30th of September. On the 1st of October arrived the 48 new students. One of the things that I made sure that we did was that we designated one of the days a week, albeit that we were teaching by that point some of the curriculum in person. We were all masked. We were very limited as to the amount of time and number of people we could have in a room. But we instituted Forest Day. That was the lovely picture I was going to show you. We instituted Forest Day, and the connection, we were hearing a lot, I think, all of us, about the importance of being outside and how lockdown had made everybody value their relationship with their green spaces. But certainly going to the forest once a week for those students was absolutely invaluable. We were hearing about dirty practice and the fact of matter being out of place. The great thing about the forest is that mud is in exactly the right place in the forest. And by connecting with that, and by asking people just to refresh their attention, another symptom of being online, on or off camera, is the temptation to multitask. And certainly for students who are in their 20s and early 30s, that's my 12 minutes. I use this a lot in teaching, and every time it goes off, we always do the timer dance, because movement is so important. So that's a little example of the timer dance. How to inject excitement, movement, frivolity into this space is a challenge. So yeah, I wanted to connect them to pure focus while we were in the forest, so that they had some kind of respite from the onslaught of screens and phones. And what they did was they went and had a task over a 7-minute, timed on the timer. This would be end of October, to go and stare at whatever they found and look for signs simultaneously of life and death. Now that's quite a profound thing to ask somebody to do. And the effect that it had on them was extraordinary. I had students coming back in floods of tears. They hadn't noticed that the reason that the leaf goes brown and falls off is to make room for the bud, and that the buds are actually set on the twig in the autumn. How does all of that connect to meeting the learning objectives? I'm still working that out, and so are they, but what I can tell you is that the most important thing that I've heard from them as being of value, and we heard the same from Aaron earlier on this morning, is not the PowerPoints. It's the appetite and creating the space to do what humans do best, which is communicate through the arts and share experience honestly and in as much of a embodied way as we can. My invitation to everybody now listening is to stand up and stretch. It's the hardest thing to do because everybody sees your crutch, but just stretching, it's one of those things that we all know we should do, but we don't always. So distilling, getting up, stretching, dancing to the timer dance, distilling, looking for signs of life and death, and it's for us all to reflect on how those govern where we go next. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Oh, now we can see you again. Look at that. But how serendipitous in a funny sort of way. Just hearing you and not seeing you does help focus the mind and the thoughts. That's the power, I guess, of radio. It operates a bit differently to having the visual there all the time. And as you said, you know, that overload on the screen. So yeah, something to think about, actually. So that might have been serendipitous. But thank you, returning us to nature and the connections there and creativity. And yes, not being perhaps so preoccupied by learning outcomes, which actually I think was the beginning of the death of education, but that's my thought. Thank you, Andrea. So we move in a very timely way to our next speaker. Thank you to everyone for keeping to great time. You know, whatever device you're using, I did like the stretch and the dance. That's something we may be all able to take away from.
We should do that more often, Ross.
Yeah, the stretch and the dance would actually help things a bit during my days. So next we go to the University of Strathclyde here in the United Kingdom, to Dr. Michael Higgins, and he's going to present for us on the topic of From MOOC to Zoom in the Teaching of Journalism, Media and Communications, Opportunities and Lessons. Over to Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, thank you.
And I'm from Scotland, so there'll be no dancing in my presentation, let me tell you.
Oh, that's a shame. But you are wearing a kilt.
Of course. Okay. I won't stand up, and there's enough sadness in the world without you seeing my legs, so I won't stand up, but yes, wearing a kilt. I can get us to start. This is the kind of seamless mastery of the technology that will be emphasising as we talk about our experience of online teaching. Thanks first of all for inviting me along. Thanks to Ross and particularly Bianca Fox. I'm a great fan of Bianca's work, and it was a great honour to be invited along to talk about this. And thanks to you two for giving me the time, because I know it's the time of year where we all have much else to be getting on with. And but these learning and teaching events I find enormously useful for well, frankly, for industrial espionage and picking up tips for best practice, which is a way that we in the academia refer to intellectual theft. Right, when it became apparent that online teaching was going to become necessary, we had experience to draw back upon in the form of an online course that we'd been asked to deliver by the university. I say asked to deliver, we were lent on very heavily by the university, who wanted to get in quite early to the online course environment. So we were ordered more or less to run one of these MOOC courses. And I'm going to discuss the expectations that this course generated when we came to reflect upon how we could use the experience in online teaching during COVID, and how that compared with the new reality. And I'll say a few things about the way forward, particularly in respect of journalism, media and communication, which is my area. First of all, what is a MOOC? It stands clumsily for a massive open online course, and it's marketed initially by a platform called FutureLearn, and targeting only a few universities to start off with, as a free platform to access short courses at renowned institutions. And these courses were free, so you could, anywhere in the world, you could simply sign up to the FutureLearn platform and get on these courses. Our MOOC was an introduction to journalism class, which attracted just short of 30,000 students. So it was a fairly substantial uptake. And of course that, we had an idea we would get as many of that as that. So it was quite an intimidating experience. And then frankly, when we set out in the MOOC, and we were reluctant to do it, we would have been happy enough to emerge without physical scarring. We certainly didn't expect to do especially well. We did okay in most of it, but where we did really well was in live student engagement. And we had a kind of almost a breakfast TV kind of Google Hangout, which FutureLearn have used as an example of best practice to show other people how the sorts of things that they can do when they're doing these open courses. So what did we expect? Having undertaken the MOOC, what sorts of lessons did we think we'd drawn from the MOOC that we could use in our teaching this year? The first is diversity, variety of content, and particularly variety of the form that content takes and the sorts of generic influences of the content. And the more diverse the learning interface, the better. The more diverse the experience the student has in undertaking the course, the more enjoyable it is for the student, and the more that they learn. And in particular, it's useful in our area to be creative and drawing shamelessly upon other media genres. So we were using things like dramatizations, for example, when we were talking about how to generate journalism and stories. However, production values had to be high. And we were, I wouldn't say, I mean, it's easy to say we were judged by industry standards. The reality is that we weren't judged by industry standards. We often say this in academia. Industry standards are much higher than we can aspire to because they tend to have the most up-to-date equipment. But we were certainly judged alongside industry standards in such that we couldn't be too far short of it. So we had to spend a great deal of resource economically and in terms of staff time on making sure that the standards of the content was seamless and was of a standard that you would expect to have to pay for, even though in this instance the students weren't paying for it. The other thing that we found was that being seen to interact gathers a lot of goodwill. And this doesn't have to involve a great deal of time. A lesson that we learned fairly early on was simply to intervene at key moments, to make it appear to the students that you're listening to what they're saying, to let them have conversations between themselves and then occasionally add something into it. The fact that the students felt as though we were interacting was more important actually than the time that we spent interacting with the students. So it was important to interact tactically, to see when it was necessary to intervene, but also to be jealous of our own time and to make sure that we were doing that in an effective way. So that's what we expected to learn. And how did all of that turn out? Well, on the one hand, the variety of content has indeed proved to be valuable in the delivery of teaching in the current environment. But a great deal more stress has been placed on, and these are terms that were completely alien to me up until a year ago. Now I use in everyday speech: synchronous and asynchronous delivery, you know, live and recorded delivery. And what we found, and I know this is an experience that's broadly shared, is that a mixture of synchronous and asynchronous content was really, really important. Within classes, so it was important that within classes students had some stuff that was recorded, but also felt able to interact. But also across different classes. Some classes had more live material, some classes had more recorded material. Now, what we found, and this won't necessarily chime, I think, with many in university management. I mean, when I've had the dubious honour of running departments myself, I would have been suspicious of this. But it's really important to empower staff and let staff do what they're comfortable doing in respect of the delivery of online content. If they would rather do live lectures, then let them do live lectures, because actually the lectures will be better as a consequence. And the students do appreciate that staff's kind of performative repertoire should be maximised in a way that the content should suit the abilities, the skills, and the subject matter, but also the performative idiolect, if you like, of the staff in delivering that subject matter. This means empowering staff, which to a large extent means surrendering quite a lot of power from management and letting staff deliver online content that suits them, because that also suits the students, and the students appreciate that. Production values actually didn't matter as much as we feared. Students are very forgiving of the quality of production. However, that is likely to change, and I'll say more about that in a moment. But production values and the degree of forgiveness that students have for comparatively slapdash, if you like, as it looks, but production values that we're able to deliver on the basis of the skills that we have at the moment, they're very forgiving of that. But we suspect that's largely because this is all running for the first year, and as we move towards a more blended model, more may well be expected. So that was something of a relief. What was less of a relief was a little interaction was no longer enough. One of the real key components, the key lessons of the last year has been how important live group teaching is to students. And largely, we should have realised this because, of course, a university is a community. And the community aspect of universities has been much more difficult to sustain and to materialise over the last year. And so that what we describe as synchronous teaching, getting students together in one Zoom meeting even has proved to be extremely important. So we're having to spend much more time on interaction actually than we even normally would in other teaching contexts. So are there any particular challenges for journalism, media and communication? Now I know that there are people here from a whole variety of disciplines, and so you may have to indulge me a little bit here. I suspect that some of these lessons will cut across other parts as well. What I say, the emergent blended model is increasing production value demands, especially in our subject, media and communication, but time and quality can be invested in reusable asynchronous content. As the novelty recedes, as I said, there is an inevitable inflation in production standards. And there will also be a new competitive component to production standards, such that in future years, universities will be comparing the production standards with one another. And students will be looking at the quality of the blended content across institutions and making informed decisions on where they go on that basis. This will be, I think, a future factor in the decisions that students take in deciding where they go study. And in Scotland, this will be more the case in postgraduate teaching, but I suspect in England, there'll be much more the case in undergraduate teaching as well. But of course, we can reuse content. So the time isn't necessarily wasted because we've only been able to deliver the content once. But when I've been discussing this with colleagues, some of them are reluctant about reusing content for two reasons. First of all, the content gets out of date. And in our discipline, industry data, case studies have to be up to date. And accordingly, the material has to be updated year on year. The other issue, which is one which is less stated but nonetheless important, is this is our content. Part of the university experience is learning the latest thinking of leaders in the field. And it's also our thinking, it's our intellectual property. And if it's recorded and left online for future years to simply call upon, we effectively make ourselves redundant. I don't mean redundant, or hopefully anyway in a material sense, but certainly partially redundant in an intellectual sense. So it's in our interest it's in the students' interest that the content be updated because they need the latest material. It's also in our interest that it be updated because actually we should be central. Our personalities, our knowledge should be central to content delivery. Second, and this is something that's perhaps more peculiar to journalism, media and communication, which is the correspondence between the newsroom environment and the new online environment. We keep hearing all sorts of stuff about the new normal. And that's strange because I was discussing with a colleague earlier, I can never envision again emailing a student and asking them to come into my office for a meeting where they're not going to be in university that day. That would be almost unthinkable for me to do that now. I would meet them on Zoom. I would meet them on Teams. I would meet them on Skype or whatever the appropriate platform was. I had never used Skype before until a year and a half ago. It just never entered into my world. Now I'm using Zoom and what have you every day, but I could not envision getting into an environment where I wouldn't be using it and where I wouldn't be using it every day. I'm looking forward very much to getting into the lecture hall. I'm looking forward to meeting colleagues in the same room. But one-on-one meetings, I anticipate I'll be using Zoom substantially more than I did in the past. So there is a new normal which is emerging in the university. And actually, this may well have some implications for the resemblance between the online environment and the new newsroom, because the new newsroom will be going increasingly online. And it could be that this resemblance will be becoming stronger and stronger as the years go on, because working from home is becoming a journalism reality. But when I put this to my journalism colleagues, they were much more circumspect, shall we say. And they pointed out, well, that's fine, but when it comes to training journalists, skills such as video editing, particularly, are extremely troublesome to do in an online setting, and can be alienating for students who are struggling. But where you're not standing over a student's shoulder, showing them how something can be done, that is of course, it can be an intimidating experience for a student, but more than anything, it's an immediately responsive and comforting experience for a student. And the online environment simply doesn't give that. So there is possibly a greater correspondence in the newsroom, but it brings many disadvantages in respect of how we deliver content in a context in which the students get the best from it and students' well-being is protected. We also, and this is really important for an institution such as Strathclyde, where although we're a research-intensive university, we're absolutely committed to inclusiveness and to widening participation. And we're a university that was founded to educate the East End of Glasgow and the ordinary middle and working classes, and to foreground initially science education and to train people who from modest backgrounds to become the engineers, the lawyers of the future. We've always been interested in widening participation, and we don't want to compromise that by assuming that every student who comes along has access to an iPad, has access to the latest software, or even has access to regular and efficient broadband access. And one of our colleagues pointed out that disparity of access or the quality of access increases student anxiety. The students, particularly within synchronous settings, when they're in seminars, when they're undertaking tasks involving editing software and what have you, they can feel left behind very quickly if the equipment is not up to the standards that the fellow students have. And this, in a time where we have to be more careful than ever to look after our students' well-being, this is a situation that can increase anxiety. Student anxiety has consequences, and those consequences are, well, the best consequence of student anxiety is that they come to us. But that involves an enormous amount of time, an enormous amount of commitment on our part. And a number of colleagues have reported a large increase in a need for one-to-one tuition with students, one-to-one support with students, as a consequence of this virtual environment. I mean, I've very rarely, partly because I've got a particularly unpleasant personality, I very rarely have students ask me for one-to-one meetings, but I've had 3 already today ask me for one-to-one meetings for Monday during my office hours, and that's comparatively unusual. But it's not been unusual this year. So there has been a huge increase in demands on staff time. And we can complain about where we direct our time. I'll complain to anyone, usually over a glass of whiskey, about the amount of administration that I'm doing, about the amount of worthless forms that I'm filling in. Time spent one-on-one with students is never wasted. It's what we do. And we never know how important it is for those students to have that time with us. It's something that we can never compromise on. We all know that as academics. If a student contacts us asking for a one-to-one, you can never say no, because you don't know what that means to them. And you don't know the effect that will have on their studies and perhaps even their lives. So this is time that absolutely has to be committed to students, but it's time which is now an increasing part of our workloads and something we should be aware of. So finally, to conclude, one of the really big lessons was, and this kind of goes back to the point I made earlier about empowering staff. We've got a not so elderly history professor who simply refuses to record content, just won't do it, won't use PowerPoint either. He just sits and talks to the camera. And if I did that, I would be lynched. But the students adore it because he carries it off. He's very, very good at it. It's what he does. He's discursive. You know, he's charismatic. He's spontaneous when he gives his lectures, and that spontaneity would be compromised by recording what he does. So he does it live, and the students absolutely love it. Not everyone could do that, but he can do it. And it's important that members of staff like that, colleagues like that, are given the space to develop and maximise their own skills. And a large part of the benefit of this is the students see us, although it might not always appear so, the students see us as human beings, and they, in particular over the last year, appreciate when we show our humanity to them, because this has been a time, and it will continue for a year or two to come yet, I suspect, a very challenging time for a great many students in terms of their mental health. And it's very good for students to know that we too can be vulnerable, that we too can be struggling, and that we're all moving together in terms of using the technology as pioneers. And we're all having to learn as we go along. We're all having to learn not just how to use the kit, not just how to use the software, also how to cope with this new reality. And I think being open with the students about that is a very useful and very worthwhile activity. And what I routinely do would be just to send emails to the students thanking them for their indulgence and thanking them for tolerating the cracks and the cracks in the facade as we deliver the content. Even when we think the content's fantastic, just thank the students for tolerating it. Thank the students for engaging with us in good heart, because most of them did, and a great many of them are then encouraged to do so. So that's about it, really. I hope the future year is a great deal easier than last year was, because none of us get any research done, and this is one of the other great things about the last year is the online, as we hear government ministers tell us that the universities were more or less closed, we know that we've been inundated with demands over the last year, and that delivering online is not an easy option. But at least we can make it a productive option if we can, because it's not going to go away. We're moving into a blended environment, and we do have to some extent, just learn to cope with that. And on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Terrific themes there coming out, and yes, you're right. The compromise to time to do research has been palpable, I think. You know, because we've been dealing with so much else that's pragmatic and pressing.
Yeah. I think we can all relate to that.
Yeah, so it's...
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. And thank you for always saying yes to these events that I keep throwing at you. Thank you.
We've got nothing else to do.
And you know, you've been modest. I mean, I remember that when your course was launched, it was probably the most successful journalism course on the FutureLearn platform at the time. So, so it wasn't just another online course. It was the course that everyone wanted to be part of. So thank you for taking the time to be here. I know it's yet another event today, yet another online event today for you, but thank you.
My pleasure. And thank you everyone for listening.
No, it's been a pleasure. And certainly that being judged about the quality of online content, I think, is going to be important. Vice Chancellors were investing heavily in buildings, bricks and mortar, yet that actually wasn't the total picture for the future, it seems. So investing in perhaps the quality of those online production qualities that you're talking about will be the new bricks and mortar that we used to refer to. And I think anyone that looks at work on YouTube, you know, if it's an engaging presenter, they can forgive some of the glitches in the editing or the camera that's being used if they're using their phone, you know, for instance. But I think you're right. The quality of the production will become more and more important. But
just one last thing to say, we do have to impress upon university management that quality software is not free. The assumption always seems to be from universities, I mean, partly because of Moodle and what have you, that they can get anything gratis, and they can't, particularly when it comes to media production software. It's expensive, and it's expensive because it's good, and because we're all able to, you know, put YouTube video together. That means that our students have to be able to do that to a much higher standard, and that costs money. So that's one of the other things that we're having to constantly impress upon. Strathclyde's very good, I have to say. He says partly, but you know, we do have to keep fighting that battle.
But yeah, absolutely right, and it's unseen. People that don't understand what goes on to make things look good don't get it, but yeah, very important. But I think the most significant thing there is, Michael said, that it's about making it human, making this technological thing, this world that we're now living in, making it as human as possible. Hopefully we can pick up on those discussions, and hopefully, Michael, you can join us still at 3 o'clock for a broader discussion if you're available. That would be great. Thank you. All right, speaker, but before we do,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can stay and join us for the 3 o'clock
yes
discussion.
I will. Thank you. I'll disconnect my both microphone and camera. Okay.
Thank you. Brilliant. There we go. We got it. So we will do as Andrea gave us the clue before. Let's have a 1-minute stretch before we hear from Alan. So let's stand up and give it a good old stretch. And a dance, if you like.
Give us a chance to inspect Ross's antique collection.
Yeah.
The only antique is me, really. It's the oh dear. Right, well, that gets the blood flowing, doesn't it? Very important.
Surely does, yeah.
So again, thank you to everyone for staying on time. It really means a lot, and that's great efficiency. And if you've got any questions about anything you've heard, questions to direct to anyone in particular, or inviting any issues that you would like us to raise and talk about, please put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of your screen, and we will get to those during our discussion, our chat, because we want to hear from you, and it's great that people are joining in today, making the time. I know Fridays sometimes people aren't energized for something like this, and it's you know, it's a busy time of the year as well. In the UK, some people are heading off for a short break as well because it's a bank holiday on Monday. But giving your time to this, I think, is really important. And so we do value your input and comments as well.
I think it's been great. I mean, events like this, I think, are great because we haven't had the chance to actually meet in the office and talk about the issues that we've all been facing this year. So today is kind of giving us that opportunity to hear from other colleagues who have been struggling with perhaps the same problems. So it's been fantastic so far. Thank you, everyone.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So next is Alan Gear, Associate Professor, International Journalism at, what am I looking at here? Guangdong University of Foreign Studies in China. Are you not in China at the moment, are you? No.
I can see sheep. I think not.
Okay.
I'm in Northumberland.
Probably near Lincoln, is that right? And a PhD researcher, University of Lincoln in the UK. So the title of this presentation is It Time for Tea? Cultural Differences, Time Differences, and the Lessons of Lockdown Teaching in China. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you very much. Just get the screen ready now. Right, we're on. Hello, everybody. My name's Alan, and I'm a teacher in Guangdong in China, which is Canton in old money that you might have heard of, Cantonese food, that kind of thing. It's the third biggest city in China, 14 million people, if you can imagine that, 50 miles across from side to side, and about 100 miles from Hong Kong. So it's a pretty happening place. And I have students for 2 years in China, taught in English before they come over and finish their degree at UCLan in Preston. So my job is to try and get them up to speed a little bit in both journalism and English along the way. The rather enigmatic title of my talk will all become clear very shortly. So China, COVID, unintended consequences of lockdown teaching. Of course, we had what we might loosely call the cradle of COVID in China. So we had a huge news story on our doorstep, and it was a huge learning curve for the students to realize about the plurality of media, which I'll talk about in a little minute as well. There's some familiar themes coming through today, and I make no apology for reiterating some of them. You'll see some things that we've already talked about. So starting off, a little question really, does attendance equal engagement? And here's an answer for you. So there's my class from last week. And everybody's there. Nobody's on view. I have a rule that I have to turn the cameras on to say hello at the beginning of the class, and then they all very quickly melt away into the background. So I've got everybody there, a bit like I have today. I've no idea if you're engaging with it at all, so I have to press on as best I possibly can. So attendance, I'm afraid, does not equal engagement. Here, let me just move you guys out of the way. The Chinese as a race are pretty attentive and disciplined people. They turn up, do what they're told, they're in the right place at the right time, but are they actually engaging with what's going on? Who knows? Here's what I was saying earlier, turn on the cameras and microphones, dutifully followed, the screen went dark, and there's no guarantee that anyone's at home at all. Now, of course, we've all learned, I've been teaching by Zoom now for well over a year, so lots of coping mechanisms, little quick questions thrown out, things in the chat, and that kind of thing. So using that, we'll try and keep everybody on their toes. I think I liked a comment that I think it's Dr. Michael, the last speaker from Strathclyde, was saying about, you know, being kind to the students. And what I found is that by being kind and respectful, they actually want to be part of the class. So rather than a master and servant type of relationship, it's much more of a sort of mentor-mentee type thing. So we can actually try and make it work along the way. Here's some realities. Not everybody has a space to work. Chinese students, a lot of them live in small homes with lots of other people, but typically maybe even 4 generations of family all living together. To say to them rather pompously, get yourself in a working position, simply doesn't work for some of them. A student on the bus, and I'm saying to you, why are you on the bus? So there's no privacy at home. I can sit on the bus and nobody's going to take any notice of me. So I chalk that one down first, teaching on the bus. Interruptions were frequent. And as I say, some students, the student's mum insisted on joining in the class too. So she would sit at his shoulder there and nod along while I was talking. So I'm quite happy. At the moment, a lot of them are in their dormitories and they've got 3 or 4 of them in a dorm. And I say, if people want to come to class, that's great. You know, you can come along and help out into you know, some quick sort of quick fire stuff. They can help out with doing that along the way. Social interaction, if we're all taking a bit for granted, Chinese students struggle to engage with each other, let alone the teachers in the classroom. You know, I've been a teacher now for nearly 30 years and I've got all the, you know, naughty boys at the back, the giggling girls at the front. I'm used to all of that and I'd love it. I'd say, guys, can you be naughty boys? Can you play up for me tonight and just be naughty boys? Because I need some kind of reaction so we can make it work. So it's very hard within the Chinese context. The Zoom breakout groups have been quite a godsend to me because it's a random group and just throwing people together in an online environment, and it's worked quite well. Also, those of you who've used it know that you can join in. They're talking in Chinese, so I just go along and it's me that's doing the nodding at that point, but I like to know that they're actually engaging. A little 10-minute session, which and the first few minutes I say here, idle chit chat, love life and everything, great. You know, that's exactly what I'm trying to foster. And then we can get into the meat and drink of the topic we're trying to talk about. And a lot of them, when they were in lockdown, I mean, remember, Chinese lockdown was a bit different from UK lockdown. Chinese lockdown involved people outside your door with guns, you know, so it was a very different environment there. And it was a little lifeline for them, doing stuff with their friends along their way. So my challenge, trying to give 18, 19-year-olds in China, and I use that term, the plurality of the media, they've only ever known state-controlled media, whether that's newspapers, online, TV. TV is the great, this is what you're going to be learning today, folks. China state television. So it's exercised many people before me. What's available? China Central Television, China News Service, which is Xinhua, the news agency, People's Daily, Global Times, which are big newspapers, all under control of the Chinese Communist Party. So the editor is likely to be a big cheese in the cadre rather than a big cheese in the journalism community. So it's quite a difficult circumstance to get in. Of course, what we've got now is social media, unregulated blogs and websites, and I rather pompously say, whose veracity does not bear close scrutiny. i.e. it's mainly a load of old rubbish. So try to get these student journalists to be able to navigate their way through what's going on there. Unavailable news. I like to show what is happening in the rest of the world. They are studying international journalism. I am very lucky to have been an international journalist all around the world, so try and show them stuff. But the foreign media is blocked. The search engines, Google, you can't look at stuff on YouTube. I have confessed I've been a bit naughty. I've been watching cricket on YouTube when I should have been paying attention to the everybody today, but I can double team like that. But isn't that amazing that I can watch live cricket on YouTube? The BBC, Times, none of that, haven't got any of that available to them. So they're stuck with rigidly controlled state media or barking mad social media with nothing in between. So the responsibilities, I am lucky. I have a VPN, which some of you will know from working abroad or even going on holiday, where you can go somewhere and pretend that you're in the UK. And so you can therefore see stuff. So you can get a VPN. It's quite easy. You just download it. It's not a big deal. And it bypasses the state controlled. But I'm not really in a position to suggest that. It's not a very appealing proposition. There's a threat, as I say here, real or imagined, of repercussions for stretching the rules. So that's not really going to work along the way. Here's the hard-hitting China Daily. This is typical of their Twitter output here. Cats drinking out of a fishbowl. So you've got everything happening in the world, and what do we get? Cats drinking out of a fishbowl. Now, I say the unintended consequence of lockdown has been that here I am in Northumberland. I have access to the BBC, CNN, Reuters, New York Times, and I can show the students stuff. There's some lovely BBC films and what's going on. So I just have to be very careful and make sure that it's not overtly anti-China, which would be just plain daft of me to do that, because the next thing I know, I have a tap on the shoulder and that would be the end of my teaching career in China. So we've got to be very careful. What I try to do is explain the context of the international media. We had a big story yesterday. China launched a rocket from Hainan Island, which isn't that far away from where the students are, to set up a space station. And the reason they're setting up their own space station is because nobody else will let them play. So it's another US-China push and pull type thing. So we're able to bring in some of that context into like just a happening news story. I also showed them a quite harrowing film from India of the latest pandemic over there, which they hadn't seen because simply not available in China. I'll pack up now, enough of me warbling on, but last word, I did a little survey. Here's my lovely students here, and bless them, they were pretty evenly between good and bad. Back for time for tea, we had a great session investigating news writing techniques. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. Is it time for tea? Okay, good. We'll go for that. And the last word, George, I love the online classes, but the quality of teaching is not really as good as the real classroom teaching. Well, I'm trying, folks. It's the best I can do. So that's me. I've been very lucky to be working in universities around the world, working in media around the world as well. And if anybody wants to collaborate with some real life young Chinese journalists, there's my email at the bottom there. I'd love you to get in touch. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Alan. I'm enjoying the various cultural perspectives today. I think think there's a lot in that. We need to look outside of our own environments, our own backyard, as it were. So thank you for bringing that to us and highlighting some very interesting issues, Alan. And indeed, it's time for a cup of tea. We have a nice segue for us, Alan. We have.
It's always time for tea in China, so you don't have to worry about it.
Time for tea. So let's take a 10-minute comfort break, put the kettle on, do all of that, and we shall resume. We've got another speaker, then we have the open discussion, and then the plenary at 3:30 by Professor Phil Gravestock, and then we're wrapping up for the day. So not much more to go, but some valuable, very valuable discussions to come. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Enjoy your tea.
Thank you.
Break is over. Just a moment.
That's all right, yes.
Hello.
Great. Well, thank you to everyone for getting back, and please continue drinking your tea if you need to. We can multitask in this circumstance, I think. So our final presenter for this block of presenters that we've had today is Ander Rodadil. Is that? No. How do you
Something like this.
How do you?
Romania is Rodidal.
Rodidal.
Exactly. Thank you.
So, Ander Rodidal, PhD researcher, University of Bucharest in Romania, and will be presenting on the topic of teachers' perceptions and reactions to the shift to online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. So over to you, Ander. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and participate to such discussions, very, very interesting discussions. And for me, somehow relaxing to say like this, because I can understand now that everywhere in this world, the issues are almost the same. And all of us were really hard hit somehow from this COVID and this shift. But also, as the others have already said, we are adapting and we are learning also good things from this situation. I'll present to you today the situation in Romania. Here in Romania, it was almost the same. I could say a little more serious because regarding the education, our authorities consider that it's better to keep them online as much as if possible. I prepare a presentation for you with some data, some results from national researches conducted here, but most of them in the pre-universitary system in Romania. Here, as a general remark, the universities are almost all of them online, learning online. The students from March 2020, they are online, and within the pre-universitary, it's more easy for them to say, come to school, go back, stay home, and like this. But for the universitary, it's not so simple because the students are from all over the country. So it's not so easy to say, please come here or go back to your home. I'll start with some small discussion regarding the situation before the pandemic, because I consider important to know exactly the point from where we were and where we begin this issue with online learning. I put here the data from an European study, and as you can see, the situation in Romania, it wasn't so good. Just a moment to make it bigger. The data shows that we were not very well prepared. Regarding the schools fully equipped with technology, the numbers are really low, almost half from the European average. But generally the school were partially equipped, and the students were using computers in school, but not very often. They didn't use their laptops or tablets, but they used a lot the mobile phone. As you can see, we are here over the European average. Also, it is interesting to see that our confidence in our digital competencies is high, also for the students and for the teachers and for the parents. Before the pandemic, we consider we are good with technology, and we are able to use them. Then the COVID came, and we have to stay home, all of us. And the online learning, completely new situation for all of us, have to adapt to it. At some important points in March, all the schools and universities and also works and everything were shifted to home, staying home and make it through online mediums. So the teachers, students, parents, everybody start to search for solutions. Well, we are talking here about synchrony and asynchronous teaching because in the first period, generally the teacher used this type of asynchrony. They just send to WhatsApp and other messages or even letters in the rural areas. They send materials for learning. Then in June, the school year ends, and only the final exams for the 8th and the 12th grades were held face-to-face. In university, for example, the exams were also online exams. Then in September, the new school year began with lots of hope, lots of discussions, to go, not to go, face-to-face, hybrid, lots of scenario was applied, but it didn't last because in October, again, all of us and the children and the students start again learning online. This holds until today. We had a long holiday, almost 1 month. The school will start next week for most of the children, but in this scenario, pre and primary school and the 8th and 12th classes, they are the only ones who can go face-to-face. The others stay online, and again, the universities are still online in general. I'll continue using this differentiation, first period and the second period of online learning, because there are differences between them. In the first period, there were lots of problems. The lack of legislation and recommendations for teachers, and this put them in very big difficulty. We have here, as you can see, an access gap because of the differences between the technological devices and internet access between schools, teachers, families. Also, there is this digital competence gap because even here in Romania, the internet use has increased and they perceive themselves as being competent online. Generally, the research shows that we are mostly at a basic level, especially for adults, and also everybody have low experience in learning online and using this type of tool. So I put here some other data from researches. Only 60% of students learned online in this first 3 months of online school. This means that 40% stay home. They were in somehow holiday, to say like this, but this is not at all good. We have here a big gap between urban and rural access and between the rich and the poor. We have here, I think the largest number from Europe of children and youth under 24 years old who are exposed to poverty and social exclusion. There are almost 40% of them. in this situation. Those students who came and who participate in online school, they do this almost daily, depending on the teachers, on the school, and on the geographical area where they were. As I told you, teachers used to use synchrony lesson using Zoom, Google Meet, Skype, but generally not a regular platform for the school. And also most of them use asynchronous classes using messages through WhatsApp, phones, even letters in the rural areas. The online activities, online learning activities, as I told you in the first month, the Ministry of Education almost say nothing. They just say go to and learn them online. After they gave us few directions, but no obligations and no centralized measures. So every teacher reacts as he could, as he considered, and also the children and the family. Very interesting, another survey shows that 88% of teachers declared that they teach online. But this is another issue we didn't discuss here a lot about this. This issue is the online questionnaire, because the sample for this questionnaire, of course, as you can see, was only the teachers who were online, and the number even is big. I'll show you next slide. There were only 30% of the Romanian teachers who answered to this question. So the number is really not so big. But it's interesting to see that most of them have experience in education, between 11 and 30 years old. And regarding the arts, because I was looking at this subject, there were few of them. So generally speaking, I put here the issues that directors and teachers faced during this first period of online schooling. There were problems with organizing and preparing the materials, the online lessons, adapting to special activities, art, music, dance, to online format was really very difficult, and somehow these teachers were a little not so interested to do it online. Also, there was problem with time management and school online schedule, and lack of solution to continue education for those who did not have access to internet and technology. As I told you, that those data, I took it from a national survey. There were lots of teachers who respond, but only 30% of them, and from them, only 5% was art teachers. Most of them were from primary education, and the main subjects that were considered here in Romania, the Romanian language and mathematics, then social science and the arts. Regarding the discipline, the students say that most of the disciplines they were doing online classes were Romanian language, math, foreign languages, history, geography, as you can see. But regarding arts and sports and other like social sciences, they were less, much less. So as a conclusion, in the first period of online school was chaotic, lack of centralized solutions, was inefficient for many of them, lots of gaps and discrepancies and differences between frequency and quality of online learning and teaching. And regarding the arts, the situation wasn't so good. They were somehow forgotten. As I told you, here in Romania, the art teachers did not adapt so quickly. They prefer to use asynchronous methods of teaching. Generally, they considered it was difficult to do it online. Then it came the second period. The school started again online, and there was somehow more different. We have more regulation from the Ministry of Education. They give digital equipment, tablets with internet to all the children who didn't have in the first period. Also, the schools were equipped with digital equipment. There was the obligation for each school to choose an online platform to use for all the lessons, and all the teachers were obliged to hold synchrony lessons. So all of us are using Zoom or Google Meet or whatever platform the school choose to hold this lesson. And also between this first and second period, there were offered for teachers lots of courses, online courses for raising their digital competence. So we can see lots of improvements in the second period. The number of students who did not attend to online school decreased. Now there are only 18% of students who did not participate in online school. The teachers' interest to offer quality education rate. As you can see, another study shows that now the teachers were more interested in pedagogical improvement through online and less for the technological use compared to the first period when at the same questions they were more preoccupied from the technological part of teaching and less regarding the pedagogy. And regarding this platform, only 34% of 34% of teachers use only the platforms that school recommends. The others are use complementary platforms in order to increase the quality of teaching. So generally speaking, we can observe a change of perspective and the interest for effectiveness of online education increase. And this means the translation of classical curriculum to somehow to online medium. They try to find stimulative methods for interactivity and also offer emotional support for their students. And also everybody is in search for tools for evaluation and strengthening the learning motivation of students. So we have a big presence of students in online classes with camera on or off. This is another discussion, but it's important that they are there. The period is very long. It's more than 1 year of online learning. So everybody is first of all stressed. As you can see here, I put here the biggest difficulties for teachers in carrying on the online activities, and most of them are suffering from stress on the physical, social, or technological level. Secondly, the lack of adequate methodological framework for the preparation of online classes, insufficient time to plan, organize, lack of computer and other devices for providing these online courses, lack of time for understanding and proper use of these tools, digital tools and resources, and lack of class management in online classes, and of an adequate space at home for teaching activities. Also, it is interesting to see the teacher's perspective on the students' main problems in online school. As the other said in this conference, it is important. It is a very good thing that we start to look more and more at what happens with our students. Most of them have technical difficulties, access, connection, displays. They are lacking the learning habits using the new digital technology. They don't have digital skills, lack of well-structured program causing syncope in learning, lack of adequate space for online learning activities, and also limited access to internet. So as a conclusion, the second period of online school is different. The teachers prove desire and capacity to adapt to online school. The students also are more adapted and they make improvements, but they lack the social interaction, and there are lots of concerns regarding their sedentary habits, the learning losses, or the online risk they are facing. Also, it's an issue with this techno stress. It's a concept used for those who are working in ICT industry due to this prolonged time spent in front of the computer. But we should consider now that all of us are somehow affected by this techno stress, because also us, the teachers, and also the students, we are spending almost 8 hours per day, even much more, in front of our computer. So this is a lot. And also regarding the art teachers, they adapting, they prove in this second period to be more flexible, more open, offering children the opportunities to experiment different types of expression, also digital art, and lots of they are really adapted and using the online tools offered. I put here some testimonials from some teachers regarding their opinion from a qualitative survey in a school. It's interesting to see that what they miss most is the human warmth, the fact that we understand that the students don't understand us and don't have their feedback, and everything is difficult. Another teacher said that the topic should be different, and this is a sport teacher, so the physical education and sports are really hard to be performed online in a proper way. Also, this issue of the sensation of speaking alone with your computer, and everybody prefer the normal school, and all of us are waiting to come back. Another teacher, a math teacher, they said that we have a general issue here in Romania because we are not yet so developed to support online teaching. And a Romanian language teacher who said that finally it's not so bad. It can be compared to face-to-face learning, but it's a pretty effective method finally. So as a conclusion from what happened here in Romania, it's obvious that a lot of things should be changed in this 21st century. This sudden adaptation to online learning provoke change and show us that it's possible to make these big changes. But it needs flexibility, openness, desire to do all this and to adapt to these new situations and to integrate somehow the online tools in learning and teaching. We need digital competencies, open resources, access to them. We already have online lots of resources. We don't have time to discover all of them. And also it's very important to collaborate with each other, also within our country and also everywhere globally, because only through this collaboration, as we can see just here, the situation and the issues are everywhere almost the same. So through collaboration, we can overcome this obstacle.
Thank you, Anda. That is a very neat summary.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
For this opportunity.
And hearing another perspective, and I think the work that we're going to have to consider in higher education is what conversations are we having with secondary schools in how they're adapting the curriculum, so that when they do come to higher education, when they find it's quite different, how are they going to fit in? So we can pick up on some of those topics in a moment. Thank you, Anda.
You're welcome. I thank you.
Wonderful. And we're going to head now to our panel discussion. So this is an open discussion for the panel. Any questions, please put them in the Q&A chat down the bottom. It says Q&A, pop them in there. Bianca will take us through those, and we will also ask each other questions and have a good old discussion for 25 minutes before our plenary at 3:30 by Professor Phil Gravestock. So Bianca, who is asking what first? What have we got? A question?
Let me just have a look. I think I only have a question from Phil, but that was for Sandy, so I think Sandy already answered that. And there's another comment in the chat from Marion. She's saying that she was interested in Dr. Sandy Cope's predictions that tutorials will continue online and not even trend. I'm currently researching online supervision with conversation analysis at undergraduate, master's and doctoral level, and she's recruiting participants. So if anyone is interested, please check the chat. there's a message from Marion. She's also thanking Alan for his photo of treeless, actually. Oh God, I can't pronounce that. Is it Guangdong?
It's just worth saying, Bianca, that
Guangdong.
I've been very lucky to work all over the world, and I'm still humbled by the cultural differences that you come up against all the time. And I'd never assume or presume that I know what people are up to. So anybody out there who's working with students from other parts of the world, try and get inside them a little bit so you can understand where they're coming from.
Great.
Yeah, Marion was really impressed by that photo. So thank you for sharing that, Alan.
The power of the visual image. There you go. Can we maybe think about one initiative that each of you undertook that had a real impact, that you'd like to share perhaps as best practice with everyone here? It may or may not be 100% applicable to everyone, but there may be some way in. So anyone can jump in, or just put your hand up and we'll go to you. Best practice. We've got Richard.
I mentioned it in my talk. One of the feedbacks we got on the symposium we did, which was, as I mentioned, 3 weeks of symposium experiences in different forms. That means live meetings, but then also content that was on the web and where we build roundtables around. So it was really activating everybody. So we had very little audience. We had audience, but we tried to activate as many people as possible. We had 200 or 130 artists submitting artworks. We put that up in an exhibition. We had so many proposals, and we tried to activate everybody. So what it did was creating a conversation. And that's, I think, made a real impact in the sense of people are thirsty for, number one, community, right? Because we are all in isolation. And we need to share this experience to make sense with it, and finding language for it, and finding teaching strategies or coping strategies as a professional field, and whether it's on the level of students and we dealt with graduate students, or on the people. We had actually a lot of alumni and people from all over the world. And then, because it was also a course, so it was tied into the curriculum, we got, there were several of my students who said it helped them go through this experience, through this harrowing experience. It was this community, to create that community, that conversation. And in order to have a conversation, we need to make ourselves vulnerable as practitioners. So we don't just prepare all finished papers, but start talking about our practices and the experiences around it. It made it had that effect. I mean, that positive effect. And as a matter of fact, later on, people said, when do we do our next? And when I say that, I should say, to do an online symposium, and I guess Bianca and Ross, you both noticed that too. It's a lot more work than doing a regular symposium. It's a lot more work.
Say, Richard, the catering was easier today. I do hope that everyone enjoyed it, whatever you had. So thank you, Richard. Maggie had her hand up next, and then Andrea. Oh, Maggie, famous line. Yeah, okay.
I think one of the most interesting things about when we went online for a residency type activity was actually that allowing people not to just to do other things at the same time. It was really, I mean, there is that thing of attention, isn't there? And when you're kind of, I was going to say zooming in and zooming out, but it wasn't meant as a crap joke, but you know, but actually when people were making work or some were cooking or whatever as things were happening, that's how it had a kind of longevity, I think, to it, and the sort of ability to go out into breakout rooms with smaller groups. And I think for me it's you know, in these, Zoom is great, but actually keeping your attention fixed is really quite hard sometimes, and that ability to almost be doing something else at the same time seemed to really work for us.
Yes, that's interesting. It's when you can allow for that multi kind of split focus, and then when you need to be fully present.
Yeah.
How do you navigate that in an online environment? And it's very interesting. I mean, it's something that I think we need to all grapple with. And you know, as speakers have said, even in a physical space, people may not be fully present.
No.
You know, if the camera's switched off, it's hard to tell, of course. In a live room, you can sort of get the visual clues, whether they're not. But yes, Andrea.
Going to unmute this time. Yeah, we found, I talked about sort of going into people's homes. One of the things we did was we did walking sessions. So there, the students were invited to access Zoom on their phone and to actually go for a walk, even if it was just around their concrete blocks. Some students lived in Canary Wharf and so forth, but they were given sort of challenges to go outside, maybe to take a piece of poetry. And one day we did you know, find a thing that attracts your attention, do a little Google search for a poem if you haven't got one by heart that it is spontaneously, and then share it with us. So that the kind of, never mind sort of virtual backgrounds, the backgrounds were completely changed.
Yeah.
Because we were really accessing where people were. There was an extraordinary example of that. We began the Shakespeare in lockdown 3 in January. And that wasn't a whole class, that was a smaller scene study group. And we had Lady Macbeth in Barbados at sunrise and Macbeth in Wivenhoe in the rain. And it was a kind of opportunity to celebrate the fact that now we're online. We don't have to be in this armchair on a computer screen, but that actually, because a lot of the students had smartphones, it was actually slightly fairer, or more it felt that there was more of a equality of experience to do meetings and groups and cohort shares actually out and about. That was something that worked for us.
Just brilliant to think, get us out of the, well, some students I know, they're doing it in their bedroom, you know, attending classes in their bedroom. But to get out of the house, I mean, really interesting ideas. And also perhaps those collaborations we can now have students with other students across the world may be rich, may be valuable. Thank you, Andrea. Alan.
Just while we're on the collaboration theme, one of the successes I've had is getting the students to collaborate with their families so that the family have some idea of what these guys are up to at university. A lot of them, they're first generation university students, so the families don't really know. So one very simple thing is getting them to do a little profile of one of their grandparents. So they sit down and talk to them about their lives, and actually almost by osmosis, the grandparents get to realize what these guys are going through as well. So very simple little idea, I recommend it.
Lovely, thank you, Alan, really interesting. Yeah. Yes, I think we all wished we'd asked our grandparents a little more. We just needed that prompt to do it. Anyone else sharing a pearl or two from their practice? Michael, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it actually just really expands upon some of the examples have already been given. But we had an agreement. Well, we're having a relationship with the University in America, Penn State, and the journalism school there. And the intention was that they would fund a number of our students to go over for the US election, which of course we weren't able to do because of travel restrictions and what have you. What we did instead was a large organised online version of a kind of mutual press conference where the students would use one another's perspectives in order to generate stories. And what really worked about that was just we got the students to organise it themselves. We gave them the support that was necessary and we gave them the infrastructure, but we left them to it. I'd love to say that was a moment of inspiration. The reality was we kind of fancied following the job on because it was taking a long time to do. Some students were coming in, some of we don't have too many weak students, but some of the weaker students were kind of on the edge of coming out, and we thought, we don't quite know how this is going to go. The likelihood is if the students have ownership over it, they will be much more committed to it. And it proved to be the case. And we just we did a reflection a few weeks later to see how it had all gone and what have you. And we were always to do a report to the university saying, and here are the lasting benefits. And usually you have to contrive something there. And so I said to a few of the students, so what are the lasting? We expected to hear, well, we did it and then we went away. A lot of them have built up not just friendships, but actually professional relationships. I mean, actual networks have built up now. I mean, they've got a fairly international student base, as have we. And a great number of the students, I suspect, will be professional colleagues for years to come. So I think it was that thing where it was really forcing an international relationship, making the most of it, and giving the students the strength to the strength to go and do it themselves. The thing is, I suppose the concern with that is that we felt at the time that there is always the possibility, number one, that it might go wrong, and number two, that issues might arise in the exchange that the university is uncomfortable with. So we're always aware that we do have to place limits on simply giving the students the infrastructure and telling them to go for things.
I think what you say about making the students more autonomous is key in higher education. We talk too much about pedagogy, which is teaching children, or boys actually, but teaching children. We should be talking about andragogy, adult learning, and if we can really think about learning first, and then how do we facilitate that learning? I think one of the worst things I've seen is marketing departments in universities who produce all these posters and online materials that talk about teaching, the quality of teaching, and the images, just like secondary school. And it just doesn't fit higher education. It's the wrong model. So that they come into higher education thinking it's going to be just like secondary school, and it shouldn't be. Anyway, that's a bit of a rant. Adam, you gave away for a hand up.
Yes, there's a couple of interesting points actually, and following on from what you said, Ross, my PhD actually looks at some of these very notions around marketization of higher education, but that's not the point I was going to make. I was just going to share a few insights working for international performing arts and theatre. we developed some partnerships, well, in 12 countries, but specifically in Vietnam. And one of the really useful things that we did was a values mapping exercise to see what we as the organization based in England versus the organization based in Vietnam, how our values align. So there were certain things that we really questioned, which is, let's understand our community of learners. And in that sense, our community of learners is actually the new teachers that we would be teaching, who then in turn teach in their own communities. Looking at where we both were as organizations and where we both wanted to get to, and looking at how can we make that journey relevant to both of us. So thinking about the curriculum content, for example, musical theatre, particularly in Southeast Asia, is in its infancy to a much greater extent than we might imagine in the West End. So trying to understand how can we create programs that are meaningful, thinking about, okay, as an organization, we could get to a point quite cheaply using cheap labor available in Vietnam, but actually that doesn't sit comfortably with us ethically. So really mapping those values to think, how do we ethically go about our business? How do we meaningfully do that? And thinking about the limits of what we have as assumptions. So our assumptions around technology, for example, how we'd do assessments remotely, and that doesn't necessarily work. So how could we go about fixing that? And that in one sense was working with a teacher development officer, somebody locally who could take the technology and, for example, a quick fix, a dongle with a laptop to enable that assessment to take place. And that's really important in when we're thinking about what is creative, what is that space that I harped back to earlier on, what is performance space and how does that look like in different contexts?
Great, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Adam. Anyone else?
I think we have a few questions in the chat, Ross.
Oh, great. Thank you, Bianca.
So there is a comment and a question from Paul McAllister, but I'm not going to read it all. I'm just going to go straight to the question. So it's Paul says that the loss of studio culture and community on process plus material-based art courses during COVID has had a very negative impact. And we need to ask questions about what university is for, and we need to make the case for preserving communities of practice. Intelligence is generated by communities and not always found through online media. So I suppose the question for everyone would be, what are the universities for? I think Richard has answered the question already, but I was just wondering if anyone else from the panel would like to address this question. And then if not, we have another question from Crispin. Crispin says,
Bianca, just before you do, I think it's this issue of how the arts have been academicized, I think is an issue because we don't often fit into the rest of the university environment. Actually, we're quite uncomfortable and disruptive at times.
Yeah, and I think a good question here from Paul, Ross, is how do we preserve communities of practice online?
Yeah, well, that's a good question to throw open.
I think it's tremendously difficult, actually. I think the difficulty will be as we move towards a blended environment and how we sustain. And I don't have an answer to the question, I'm just highlighting it as a really good question, because how do we sustain the same form of community amongst those students who are only able to join us virtually with those students who are on campus and able to share space? Because in terms of what a university is an intellectual hothouse, and it needs to involve students as well as scholars, and it needs to involve research as much as teaching. And it draws largely upon the dynamic of co-presence. And I've always been very concerned about classes that are taken only online, in terms of the richness of the experience that they offer. But I think the likelihood is that as we move towards a blended environment, and I certainly am feeling the demands on my programs, the universities are going to demand that we do offer stuff online because it makes money, but also, of course, it does allow students to participate who wouldn't otherwise be able to. I think the key question is at what cost for those students, because they're not really getting the same experiences of students who are able to come into our, come onto campus. Because actually, we know most students, I mean, I look back to my undergraduate years, I learned far more from my fellow students than I did from my lecturers. I think that experience is true of most students. Most of the really interesting conversations you have are with your fellow students. And then,
we used to have
denied that.
Used to be a real campus life, but I think even pre-COVID, we saw the campus life diminish, and it wasn't what most of us experienced. Maggie, your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's this question of what is a community of practice, and for me, that's when studios, workshops come alive, and they come alive because you don't have one year grouping, you have students at different stages of their education, you maybe have staff working alongside them doing their own work, you maybe have master's students working in the workshop as well. And there's that incidental learning, the informal learning. And I think that's what we miss, because everything about doing this is formalized, it's structured, and we know that it has to be structured usually, despite Christian and I's attempt to unstructure it. And I think that's that is a real worry, because and it's, it's the conversation after the lecture, isn't it? It's the sitting, having a cup of tea afterwards and saying, oh, did you understand what so-and-so was saying? Or, what we're missing here is that, and I think what students are missing, they're not critiquing the quality of the teaching they're getting necessarily. What they're missing is the informal that sits around those sessions. And that's what makes a community of practice, I think.
Thank you, Maggie. Bianca, I think we had a question from Crispin.
Yes, we do. Well, Crispin is saying that this was a great conference with really interesting speakers. Thank you, Crispin, for that. To what extent has the online environment enabled opportunities for a more inclusive student experience?
Who would like to answer that? Andrea.
Yeah, just reflecting, we've been talking a lot this afternoon about the international possibilities that are inherent in this. And just to pick up on something that was touched on earlier, part of this year has very much been Black Lives Matter, and another huge part of the year, certainly in the UK, has been the outpouring of stories triggered by the Sarah Everard case. And back in June, the Black Lives Matter sort of upsurge, the death of George Floyd and so forth, we were asked, the students came forward, I had black students who were saying, we're not talking about this, it feels like we're staying dumb. So we talked with them and worked with them, and we created a kind of forum online where we linked up with graduates from various different places internationally to talk about their experience during their time at East 15 and post East 15. And we therefore had that as a kind of a blueprint that when the Sarah Everard case came up, we were again able to spread internationally out and look at the experience of graduates and other kind of friends of the course who had something to say to the matter. So I think diversity is really interesting. The other big thing about diversity, for which I didn't mention because I think it's a little bit niche, is admissions. So previously, if somebody wanted to be an actor, they had to get their body in time and space to Epping Forest to apply. Now they simply have to upload a self-tape. that has more than quadrupled the amount of hours that I'm spending processing applications. But no question about it, fundamentally it's a good thing because it has massively improved access to the training. So they can at least get a foot in the door and be considered, and then consequently work out how they're going to pay for it and where they're going to live and how they're going to get here. So I think from a student point of view, that's brilliant. How I deal with my time being quadrupled for admissions, I'm still working out.
And actually the industry has, you know, someone mentioned it earlier about the relationship with the industry and how it changed and has, you know, has changed, is changing. You know, actors are now submitting audition pieces this way. They're not having to pay for train fares to go halfway across the country to audition for something they probably don't have a chance of getting. So it has changed things that way. We've got one last question here from Helen, is that right?
Yes, that's this last question is from Helen Frost from Arts Connect. And I can so relate to what she's saying. She says that when our young people spend a lot of time learning new skills through YouTube tutorials, social media, TikTok, etc., do you feel that some of our issues are about how entertaining and engaging the university experience is?
Right, anyone want to respond to that? Adam.
That's a really good question. And I think there's this real sense of balance of what is the role and purpose of education and the institution. And it is noted, particularly in schools, that there's this move towards an edutainment. And this edutainment is facilitated by technology. And I think there's a really careful balance here, because technology and the role of social learning certainly has become more prevalent in those students who have access to that technology. And in a way, one could argue it's democratizing potentially for some people, particularly for communities who might not previously have had exposure to different ways of learning and expression. I don't think I've got an answer, but that's more a sense of a reflection.
Yeah, we don't need answers. In fact, the more questions we raise, the better, probably. And maybe there's a question about delivery. Maybe we shouldn't be delivering in the future, you know, a timetabled way of working, just meeting once a week, drip fed over time. Sometimes that's better, but maybe we need intensive blocks where we are doing practice-based work that does need the time, the space, the facilities, because it is hard to do ceramics in your own home. You know, isn't it, Richard? I mean, you know, I don't have a kiln. My oven probably doesn't reach those temperatures, I'd say, or to blow glass and do those things where we need specialist equipment and space. Okay.
I think this kind of, you know, it reminds me of what we were talking about at the beginning of the pandemic, and some of the language that we were using at the time. And I don't know if you remember this, Ross, but I remember sitting in meetings with colleagues and we were talking about how to develop online content. And kind of the first advice on that list was, you have to be fun. You have to try to be fun. The content has to be entertaining. It has to be engaging. So let's all try to be fun.
Hopefully learning is fun, but we do.
So, yeah, I remember that we were actually discussing some of the language that we were using at the time, and some of the colleagues were just wondering, how excited am I supposed to be fun? Because I'm teaching a very serious subject.
You know, yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, education is a bit like bottling air, I think, you know. It's very hard to see, you know, and we create containers, fancy containers to put this thing in, bottle it in all sorts of ways, you know, to make it appealing and attractive. But we probably get too fixated on the container rather than what is the thing that's inside it that's hard to pin down, that we can't grasp. So let's have our summary by...
Sorry, just before we do that, I think Sandy had her hand up.
I was just
Sorry
going
about
to...
Ah,
I was just going to add to what you'd said, Bianca, because actually, when we get new staff on our apprenticeship or PG cert, I actually tell them, well, work with them to find their own style, because, you know, fun is one thing, but if you're not that sort of person, you're really not going to become across as authentic. And over the years, I think actually students like academics that are authentic and that love their subject, right? And it really is clear. I've seen I've done many thousands, probably by now, teaching observations on these sorts of courses. And I've actually had to say to people, you don't look to me like you like your subject. I don't see why you think the students would like it, because you look like you don't even like it. You know? And so maybe rather than fun, I would say enthusiasm. Whatever your subject area is, if you've got an enthusiasm for it, whether that be in the classroom or online, if you're enthusiastic about it, I think the students are.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, at the start I mentioned about motivation, and I think that's one of our key qualities as educators. But anyway, let's move now to someone who has listened carefully all day. And I do thank him in advance for this. He's going to sort of give a plenary, making sense of all these things that we've said, and with his lens on it, which I think is valuable. So I'll hand over now to Professor Phil Gravestock, who's Dean of the College of Learning and Teaching here at the University of Wolverhampton.
Thank you very much indeed, Ross. And actually, thank you to all the participants today and the presenters, because it has been fascinating. Those of you who know me will know that I don't have an arts background. I have a science background, and I've enjoyed it and I've understood it. So I do thank you all, because there are so many similarities elsewhere. And I'll just agree with Sandy about what she was just saying. I think that passion is so important. You can be engaging without being entertaining if that passion and enthusiasm comes through. So I will wholeheartedly agree. All right, I'm well aware that I'm sort of talking to lots of people who are probably more visual than I am. So I've tried to put today's discussions together in a sort of more visual way, and I've tried to sort of put together a concept map. Can I just reiterate what Maggie said earlier about the importance of mess? So just before you see the diagram, just bear in mind, we'll go through it, but it may look a little bit messy to start, but I hope it will make some sense. Okay, I hope you can see my attempt at putting this together on one side of A4, as it were. And now I did start, I will say, I put this together at the break, and then Ross sort of gazumped me, as always, and I should have known, because I know Ross well enough now. So I had a number of themes that were coming through, but actually the more the day went on, the more this, well, let's start with pedagogy first, sort of came through. And I think, Ross, you started in a way with that, going back to where all of the education comes from. Sandy talked about it as well, but I've just, I recognise I've done some hasty adding in, as it were, during the panel discussion. So let's go to andragogy learning first. I don't mind which, but I think that's the key point that seems to be coming through several times. And what I'll do is I'll go upwards from that pedagogy first, and I'll work our way around clockwise. I think one of the things that was coming through was the what's working, what has worked that we may wish to sort of continue with, and I think it was Aaron and Lynn in particular that were coming up with a number of things. You know, the notion of guest speakers. Just look at today's conference. You know, we've had a global sort of participation from the speakers and presenters and participants, and that's something that would be harder to have done beforehand. I think that notion of the networking. I think it was also Alan was talking about the mentoring, almost be mentoring to students as well. And Aaron's talking about that structure. And I think it was that Being clear what you're doing, when you're doing it. I'm very conscious with my teenage daughter when her school went online. In the first lockdown, they just gave everybody a bunch of work at the beginning of the week and said, you've got the week to do it. That really didn't suit her style of learning whatsoever. More recently, they structured the lessons around their normal timetable, did Teams lessons, and actually she really enjoyed that and wasn't that keen on going back physically, as it were. But I think that structure of knowing what you're doing, when you're doing, and actually this is the time I'm being a student and I know what I'm doing, I know where I am, and I can put myself in that mindset, I think is really important. That notion of dialogue, conversation, we'll come back to community, but I know it's something that a number of people have talked about. I think Richard started the panel discussion thinking about that discussion side, but that whole notion of people talking to each other, we learn from each other. I think that's important. That comes through the interaction. Michael was talking about the variety of content and the different modes, the variety of modes in which that can happen, the synchronous and asynchronous, and several people have talked about the one-to-one meetings. Sandy talked about that in terms of the personal tutoring meetings carrying on. I absolutely agree. I think there are a number of these things where you know, that rather than the student having to come onto campus for a one-to-one meeting, the idea that they can just you know, pick up the sort of the phone and do it by Teams or Zoom or whatever it is, I think is really important. And I think it was Michael who was talking about making it human. I think that's really important. So can these things continue? And so I think going back to that pedagogy or whatever first, you know, it can provide those opportunities. And I think what we have seen is a change in mindset. And I think what higher education has in the past been very good at is reacting to. So I've had a lot of experience in the past of inclusion with disabled students. And I think when a member of staff has a disabled student, they're very good at then providing the reasonable adjustments. And I think in this case, we've had to provide reasonable adjustments in many ways because the pandemic has made us. And I think that's changed the mindset of a number of people. I'm conscious that a number of teams in the university have made some amazing adjustments to the assessments to make them far more inclusive than they were. And I really hope that we can continue with some of those things. I know the journalism course did some superb changes, which were wholly appropriate, far more choice. Someone was talking about sort of lack of choice and putting people in boxes, but actually I think we've opened up choice through the assessment activity and sort of hopefully creating or allowing people to become more creative in the way that they're meeting sort of the learning outcomes, whatever you may think of them, Ross. But it was I think Adam and Maggie were talking about, you know, that reconceptualizing what space is, what's a performance space, what's the use of space. And I think again, I think that's important. So I did add in your provocation, Ross, if I want to put it that, in terms of your consideration of on-campus space, because I do think that's actually really important. You know, are there things that we can stop doing? You know, do we need to have now, you know, 300, 400 seat lecture theatres? Can that space be used for something dirty? Let's say for Maggie's sake, let's use that space, spray that paint around, and see what the Vice Chancellor says. But sorry, that isn't a call for arms. But I think there are some opportunities. There's the new relationships. We talked about the communities, and I think what Maggie was just describing about what a sense of what a community of practice may be, I think is important. It does need that interaction, and I don't know whether an online space necessarily creates some of those sort of studio type communities of practice. It may create other communities of practice, and I think it's not to dismiss one or the other, it's to make sure that there's a variety of that. And I'll go back to the sort of the main pedagogy first theme, because I think one of the things that I think it was Adam was talking about, the evidence. We do need the evidence of what students' experience has been. We've all been learning here, so staff and students have been learning. I think it was Michael talking about the empowering staff to play to their strengths, to do things that they are more comfortable doing. And I think that's really important, because it goes to that point about the passion. If you're passionate about your subject, you may be able to put that across without a PowerPoint slide and without an entertaining video. But, you know, so don't make people, so don't take them out of their comfort zone in the sense of having to sort of fit into that necessarily. And I think it was Andrew that was talking about the digital skills gaps and things. And I think, you know, we've all had to think about our new development of our own skills in all of this. We've had feedback from students. You know, I didn't sign up for a blended course. I didn't sign up for an online course. I think that's really important when we take this forward, that's, you know, we've got to be careful about what the students have signed up for. They've signed up for a university experience. I think some of the points that were just coming through in that panel discussion and the questions that are coming through at the end, you know, there is a point of a university experience. Otherwise, they could have gone elsewhere. They could have gone to, you know, the Open University and other equivalents sort of worldwide. That's not what they've done. And I think that loneliness, I think, is really important to bear in mind. In terms of challenges, some of these were from the mind map, but a number of these have come up as well. That harder sense, the engagement, and Alan was talking about whether attendance is the same as engagement. But we've all mentioned the sort of different forms of engagement that might have gone on. So the visual communication, the lack of visual cues sometimes, particularly if the cameras are off, you don't know how people are doing, whether people are reacting. And Ross, I have to say, you've been fantastic because you've been on the camera all the time, and your poker face has been superb throughout the whole day. So may I commend you on that. There was something about the boundaries that we've got, and I think I think it was Andrea that was talking about the safeguarding, the going to people's homes. I think we've got to be very careful about some of those things because of, you know, what you might see, and some people I know will be sort of quite worried about that. So I think that zone of exclusion, I think, is important, and also talking about that self-care ourselves. We've got to be careful. It's not just our students. We've got to be careful of ourselves. The university has a duty of care to the staff as well as the students. We're talking about production values as well, sort of going forwards. I think it was sort of Michael was bringing that in, and we've just been sort of chatting about inclusivity in its different senses, and I think there are a variety of ways in which we need to consider inclusivity, the digital poverty, the access to equipment and things, as well as sort of other aspects. So going back to the pedagogy first, it's not that focus on the tools, on the functionality, on the shiny things you could do. It's actually what should we be doing, and therefore what are the tools that are helping us to do that, the right tools for the right job. I think it was Lynn that was talking about that in the student panel. And I think Sandy also was saying, you know, asking us to question, you know, what is it that students need to learn? What's the purpose of the activity? And if I can just come onto a personal bugbear before we move off, because this wasn't mentioned today, but I'm going to throw it in here because the microphone's on and I'm watching Ross carefully, so it's okay. Terminology. I have to say, I hate with a passion all the terms that are flying up. I hated e-learning, blended learning, hybrid learning, high flex learning, all of those terms. It's all learning. And I think the quicker we can get away from using any of those terms and just talk about learning, and whatever way it happens, which is the most appropriate way for your module, for your students, for whatever you're doing. If some of that's online, fantastic. If some of it's face-to-face, fantastic. Let's just call it learning. Please, let's just drop this terminology. It's confusing. It's confusing everybody. And if we remember, you know, a lot of our students coming through don't know anything different. You know, probably half of them have never even seen an OHP. We never talked about OHP learning. Can we just stop talking about different types of learning? It's meaningless. It's learning. And I wanted to finish off with Richard's points because I thought it was so nice when he sort of finished off his point with this. Work with the students, be flexible, be responsive. And that's just good teaching, and develop those good learning relationships. And I think what people have been saying throughout the whole day just goes really into that. You're developing great learning relationships. I know that the art area has some fantastic studio type environments, good teaching, good learning relationships. You can't go wrong, whatever mode you're delivering in. So I hope that summarized what I feel from the discussions today, which has been a wonderful experience from my perspective.
Oh, Phil, thank you ever so much. A huge debt of gratitude for that. And if you will allow us to put that diagram on the website, the Alter website, at some point anyway, just as a summary of today would be a really neat way of doing it, I think. So yeah, thank you. I think you've captured it there. I hope we're all stimulated to think about things in different ways. In fact, Sean McNiff, who is the great art-based researcher, he is equally frustrated with all the terms that we've developed in research. You know, he gets so frustrated that all these terminologies, you know, that and social sciences are probably the worst for doing it, but anyway, he said, we're trying to find answers to the question. You know, that's exactly what we're doing. You know, stop inventing all these, you know, terminologies to say what we're doing. So it resonated with me, that comment, Phil. I think lovely. Bianca and I are going to now wish you all farewell. You may have heard Sandy spilt the beans on this. Bianca is leaving the University of Wolverhampton. Bianca joined the Arts Learning and Teaching Research Group as soon as I arrived at Wolverhampton. She was very enthusiastic about that. And then in this last academic year, we had a vacancy for a deputy lead in the group, and Bianca came forward. And so we've barely had her in that role, assisting, and she's off. She's off to Nottingham Trent, and today is
yes, it's my last.
Sorry, Ross. Sorry,
my last event at the University of Wolverhampton, but it's been an amazing journey, and I've met some really good friends, and I really do hope that we'll keep in touch and we'll organize events like this again. So it's been so good to see everyone here today. Thank you all so much for joining us for this fantastic conference.
So yes, I can only read.
Thank you to everyone.
Who was that? Julia, was it?
Oh yes, interesting. Yes.
Julia, what's the Spanish for juggling again?
Juggling. I mean, the way
you used a lovely Spanish word for juggling things.
I wouldn't say right now. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. You know.
That's right.
Right
Balls
now I can...
Yeah, that's what we. You know, how do you juggle all the things going on?
Manejar. You know.
I think it's manejar. Yeah.
Manejar. It's not. Doesn't give the full. You know, the full image of the juggling as you did, like the gesture you were making. But in a way, it's manejar. Manejarse. You know. Yes.
Beautiful. Well, thank you everyone for your time, no matter what time zone you're in. And let's keep the conversation going, as Bianca said, and we'll do something again and see how it's all developing. But this is the beginning, not the end. That's the important thing. And thank you all for your inspiration, your dedication, and your commitment to this event today, and in the work that you do. It's hugely appreciated. And we will see you at the next event, whenever that will be.
Yay. Thank
you all.
Whatever way that may be.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll go back to full in presence,
We'll keep interfacing.
Meeting. It's actually face to face right now as well. On the other hand,
I'm enjoying everyone's faces today, and yeah, I've tried to keep a poker face as much as possible. But I need to be present.
By the way, I made some screenshots. I don't know if you will. I don't know if you're interested, but
you can email them.
We are. Yes, please email them to us, and maybe we'll post them on the website.
I'll never forget when I began today, because I was having internet problems. All of your faces were frozen in the most manner, and it was quite disconcerting looking at them in that frozen form. But we've all suffered that throughout this year, and we'll continue to. Anyway, go and enjoy the rest of the day, and you're back.
Have a good bank holiday weekend, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hasta luego.